G'day everyone. Hope you're all having a fantastic day. We come back here to OCE for the Birmingham Open event number 3. We've had some crazy events going on all around the world, CJ. Especially in EU. We're expecting maybe some of the same down here.
Yeah, we had a little bit of GK magic over in EU. I think that, that kind of opened up.
Is it GK or GK? Because everyone's pronouncing it differently.
It is GK. Now, I want to blame LeafX personally, and you'd laugh at this, Yummy, but out of nowhere, I think it was the first event, he was like, we were saying, oh, it's GK. Like, obviously it is GK. That makes sense. I'm just reading it. It's the two letters. If you say the two letters GK, it just looks like GK. Leaf goes, no, I heard from the org that it's geeky, like geeky sort of thing, like geeky, like kind of a fun geeky thing. And we're like, oh, okay, it's geeky. So he started saying geeky the whole time. And so then for the rest of the split, we're like GK, geeky, something like that. And then we heard from the org, what do you mean, guys? It's just GK. So I don't know where Leaf has got this information from, but he's thrown everyone off. Reddit wasn't happy with us, stick to one or the other. Blame Leaf. Anyway,
it's like Wavepunk. He did the same thing for Cammy, aka Kami, all this time. I also noticed that I'm a little bit short, and I know that's true to real life, but I don't want that represented on camera, to be honest.
I'll sink down a little bit for you.
But thanks so much.
Getting back to, we got off topic. Yes, GK, they've kind of opened up the door, I think, for everyone else in the world to think, I thought the same thing with Shopify Rebellion. Yummy. Why not us? If GK can do it, Rebellion are already knocked out, so they can't make the major. But I think, the fairy tale run is back on. If you can take down a KC in 4, and go 12-0 on Champ Sunday as a top 12 team, or top 8 team, as they were, surely someone in OCE can produce that kind of magic.
Well, we did have Scrimsworld making their, of course, dream run in the last event. That puts them over in second place, just behind Wildcard, who are currently, well and truly ahead. I think these points are slightly off. I think Wildcard's actually only 2 points ahead of Scrims at this point in time, but my calculations might be incorrect.
Yeah, I think everyone was, there was a 5 points between the top 4 coming into it. There's still 5 points now. So I think, I would say because Wildcard are ahead already.
Includes this event, except Scrimsworld didn't get given 2 points for this event.
I think because they're already one ahead Wildcard, because even if they lose, they've already technically won a game. So I think this is correct and up to date. It's just that obviously Scrims, I guess we'll chat about that.
Just
about
confusing
Friday
a little
results.
Bit, but anyway,
everyone's still in the hunt.
You can see everyone here. There is still outsider levels of chance for Power and Oi, I think, to make it if your Scrims, Healthy Chiefs, and TSM all go blasting out immediately.
Yeah, I think that, when we talk about EU and NA, obviously they've got 4 spots, so it's more likely for a random team to just, if you win an event, you can kind of sneak into that 4th spot, whereas in OCE, it's a lot harder because, these guys are all going to get top 4. There's no way that these guys can do it, but season points are big as well, prize money, so still a lot to play
Shout out to Blackjack21 and Last Men, who managed to make the top 16. They're in the points. They've got points ready for the next second split.
They're ready to go. Good to see.
Gearing up, I say. It's not a tortoise in the hare situation, right?
Steve and
Bradbury.
Bradbury.
Do you want to be wild card, come out here and, sure, make the first major, but we all know that they're going to just bomb out the second major. That's how it's going to go.
Yeah, I think we've seen crazy things happen in OCE, or I don't even know if that's too crazy for OCE, but yeah, I think we're kind of all eyeballs right here. You look at the standings, are on the top 4. And it's basically, who's going to get the job done. It's anyone's game. If you win the event, you're in, basically.
Chances are, as we look at the bracket for today, that we may see one team kind of put themselves in driving position, but I don't expect anyone to be out of the race for the major today, given that Healthy Chiefs, TSM are in that upper bracket. Maybe Scrimsworld could be the one team they need to take down Oi in order to go and still have the chance tomorrow. So that match C down the bottom is going to be probably the best match of the day.
Yeah, you think so? Scrimsworld have got a lot of work to do. Obviously, all eyeballs were on them, but coming out of the Swiss stage, just 3-1. That first loss against Who's Going, which is the lineup of Jimo, Stainless, and Yuxi. That is a tough that's a loss they can't have. So now they've got to make the big run. But all eyeballs, I guess, to the first matchup, Prodigy taking on Power, Yummy.
Well, we did see Prodigy come out strong last event. Have a really good Swiss run, not quite go as far as they would have liked, but a top 6. Still an impressive first showing. Up against Power, who obviously very upset with their run, given they were in a shot for the major at the start.
Yeah, I don't know about Power. They just keep losing at the wrong time, and you can't afford to do that. But they are a team that, if we're talking about a GK run, I think my money's on Power in terms of a team outside that top 4, because they have it. And Shores loves doing this when kind of they're not in contention anymore. And he took me down when I was playing Yummy. I think you remember back in the day. Yeah. So I think, the no pressure can definitely help a side like Power to sneak a victory here.
That's right, CJ. I remember all your failures.
Thank you.
I don't remember the wins. Maybe there was something at a world championship before the backflip happened, but I can't remember a single detail of that. But we do go into this match when we think about, as you said, Shores had such a fantastic event last event. He could be taking Power through into that final stages, because they should be at least wanting to get into the grand final, even if that's not enough to get them to the major.
Yeah, as you said, season points, particularly for Power, and those teams around the 5-6 mark are going to be huge. Just prize money as well, and a bit of belief going into the second split, because we know OCE, there's going to be, roster moves, things like that. So you want to be coming out the other side of the first break, or the only break, the main break now, with only 2 splits on the better side of things.
The first roster shuffle break.
The big shuffle.
Yeah. It'll be, man, it's just hard to think that 2 days away, half these teams will not be the same. They've got today and tomorrow to last together as a team.
It's so funny as well when you're playing, because you don't really think about it, but it is kind of the elephant in the room as well. You're like, let's do this. This is going to be awesome. We're the best. And then you have a bad weekend and it's like, oh, LFT, I'm out of here. You're on Twitter already. All the drama happens. So we'll see what happens after Sunday.
Yeah. Now, Twitch chat, give us a little bit of an inkling on who's going to win this match. I think it's maybe a little bit more spicy than we would have thought at the very beginning of the season, at least, before Prodigy came out in the last event. So do you guys have Power or Prodigy?
Well, this is, I guess I'm leaning towards Power here. I haven't actually done our predictions today, but I think I'm leaning towards a Power lineup on paper, but I've kind of been impressed with, I think Hawk's playing the game again. From what I've seen lately, and he's looking kind of nice on the stick, so I think he could absolutely pop off here, but got to lean towards Power. They've got the kind of experience. All 3 of them have played internationally at some point, even Rez with the Commonwealth Games and subbing for Australia, so they've all got the sauce. I think they'll get the job done.
Yeah, well, did do a little bit of stalking there. Hawk does have his game hours hidden, so we won't know how much he's truly been playing, other than making a little bit of a guess. So, being interesting. Creed, as you've spoken about, has been forever impressing me. Cobbo, he's like Torsos, still old man, still has legs. He's got so many legs.
He's got so many legs. Luna showed that he had so many legs as well last event, so why not Cobbo? He's always up there. He's always grinding as well, working on the mech, working on the resets and everything. They can do it. They can get the job done, but I think I'm going Power, Yummy. You going Power as well?
I think I've got Power to win this one. It would only be fitting that they make the bounce back here in event number 3. Prove that they are truly worthy of that Tier 1 title we gave them at the beginning of the season.
Interesting as well. What someone said in chat, Prodigy forfeited against us to get the easier run. Nice conspiracies going on. There wouldn't be OCE without some conspiracies as well. Yep.
Somebody get the police involved. And maybe they're doing it again as they just lift this one in for scrub. It's an attempt on the back line from Hawk, but it wasn't enough to take down Scrum.
I didn't notice that, actually. Yeah, Prodigy did forfeit their seeding matchup against Scrim's World in Group A yesterday. Obviously only a match for seeding, but clearly just said, I've had enough. That's enough rock for today. We'll see you tomorrow.
Well, if you were looking at Twitch chat, how do you respond to the allegations that it's just great to have CJ back in OCE now.
I think it's people that clearly just haven't been watching the first two events. I've been here. I'm hanging out. We're having a good time, and so's Rez. Hang on a minute. 2 in 36 seconds for Team Power. Looking fantastic here, Yummy.
Really love what Scrub's been doing as well. Just delaying on his touch there. Take out opponents before they come in, and that means 2 goals, both involving Scrub and Rez. Gus, get on the board, mate.
Come on, Gussie, get on the board. I mean, again, just getting back to the people calling me out, I can confirm now that the good old Rebellion are just well and truly in the bin. That all eyes are on OCE for not only
They didn't
this
make the
event.
major?
No, they got about top 12 again. They actually lost. Have you seen the results? You're going to laugh.
I've not.
You're going to laugh. They lost to Garrett, AJ Squishy in round 1, who don't even scrim, so...
I saw Justin's tweet. Oh my goodness! I saw this from Rez. He's a knocked out merchant. As soon as he's gone, he's the best player in the world.
Call me the best analyst in the world as well, because I called this. This guy is the best no pressure player I've ever seen. When everything is just unobtainable anymore, this guy just steps up and says, I might just win this and knock out everyone else. He takes enjoyment out of it.
To be fair, as a good educated guess too, because he's been kind of slick throughout the season despite their results. It's a bit of a weird one, you know, because we've been waiting for almost that breakout from Shores. He's had his moments in past seasons, but he's never been as good as he hoped he would be. And, you know, this is where he's getting that performance out, and maybe some of the worst results he's had in recent times.
Certainly elevating his stocks, as is this man. Mr. Above 10 hours past 2 finally. Hawk. Nice pass from Creed, no boost. Just finding the only man with boost downfield. And Hawk, beautiful placement. Always known for his precision. He's getting the job done for the first, but they still need to find 2 more.
Known for his precision and his flip resets off the wall, and he's all out of flip resets, ladies and gentlemen. He needs 2 more goals. Little touch up from the orange team, almost going in the favour of Prodigy there. They have some signs of hope, even though still plenty of time remaining. Thought they were out of it for a second there with 3 goals against them. Cobbo against the backboard. Just going to try and pinch it out.
Yeah, they're in a bit of trouble here, though. Gus goes for the double. Creed just gets smacked back onto the wall. No trouble just yet. Hawk awkward double commit coming out from Prodigy. See Rez keeping pressure on. These boost deals going to be vital to keep this Prodigy team pinned back in the defense as we approach the halfway mark. With a strong start here for Team Power early on. They're looking very comfortable, Yummy. They're not really too phased and haven't been put under too much pressure.
They're looking all right, but got to make sure that they still keep some forward momentum going, some pressure. Otherwise, Prodigy will get a few licks in the second half of this game. Just starting to approach to the 2 minutes remaining mark. Still plenty of time as Prodigy do get that centre, but a bit too far. And Scrub waiting for it on the backboard. Scrub has been really solid all the way around, but he's liked moving up. He almost found some action there from Gus. Fake underneath from Cobbo almost works out. Little attempts, little back and forths coming through right now, but Prodigy are the ones that obviously going to come out worse for wear, being 2 goals behind.
Yeah, I think they definitely could have had a 4th goal there, Team Power. It was Rez going across. You can see how crept Hawk is 3rd man. They're kind of just pushing up over aggression. They might get punished here as well if it goes central. Gus with a shot should be a goal. He's missed.
Oh, mate.
Prodigy, perhaps that is the counter-attack strat. They need to just let Power in and if they can capitalise down the other end. But really, Power just giving them nothing. Hawks in a 1-on-1. Low 50 from Gus. Too good. 4-1.
Don't need the precision if you're just going to play the man. Gus keeps control of this one, forces Hawk into an awkward spot, thinking that he was going to flick it. He uses that to his advantage. That's the 1v1 gameplay coming out. 4-1 for Power in this early stage. Would you call this comprehensive, CJ?
Yeah, I'd call this pretty workmanlike early from Power, which is impressive. I think workmanlike performances in OCE Yummy are far more impressive than other regions because we don't usually see them. Usually a 6-4 or something like that. So 4-1 so far. Great start. There's another double. It should be another goal here. It's not. Maybe Scrub will be. There you go. They're all there, ready to go and making it look easy.
if you have 10 people around the ball, surely somebody has to hit it. And it just happened that everybody was around that ball. Like kiddie soccer, you know, everybody's chasing the one spot.
No positions for these guys. I love that they were watching. If Hawk whiffed it, they had the touch. If he didn't, they had the touch. They were just very confident up front, downfield. But that's what you get when you have so much boost control. They can afford to push down and not be too worried about a counter-attack. I mean, Prodigy haven't really threatened so far outside of Hawk sitting downfield first man. They've really sewn up this first game nicely.
Nice and clean. Couple of extra shots from Prodigy that came through in that mid stages when Power decided to go a bit more defensive. But weirdly enough, there hasn't been a shot coming from Prodigy in quite a while now. And still not going to be any more as Cobbo gets beaten. That's open and a half. Scrub gets his hat trick.
You would have thought this game it has been completely one-sided on the scoreboard, but, well, apart from the goals, it's 6-1. I mean, they've only had 9 shots to 7. I mean, I can't believe that Prodigy's had 7 shots. I think whoever's doing the stats there are being a little bit generous. It was like they've kind of had one good attack so far. But
there was that passage of play, remember, when Power kind of were 3-0 up, maybe 3-1 up, and... Okay, Gus. Didn't score it, but it looked nice.
Little pogo. Yeah, they've had, moments, but it's been few and far between here. You'd hope it's just a warm-up game, or perhaps Power is showing that they are a top 4 team without having the points on the board.
Can't even get a Brazil, though. Kind of cringe.
Not ideal. 1-0, though, to Team Power. Perfect possible start. Scrubs left the game. He's not happy. He wants more. He's going to change his car or something like that. Prodigy, though, a lot to work on.
Next game.
Something better.
Good performance from Rez as well. He involved in all 6 goals. He had 4 assists on the board. Gus, as we probably called out, not just today, but in the previous days, not having as much of an impact as we expect a player like him to have in terms of goal-scoring opportunities. We normally expect him to be not just creating goals for his teammates, but scoring worldies of his own. But he's taking more of a support role so far in this team.
Yeah, I think when you're winning like this, you can kind of do whatever you want. You can kind of just cruise around and let the boys do their thing. But yeah, I think for Prodigy, this is I was expecting better, to be honest. So I predicted Power, but I wasn't expecting it to be this one-sided. So I'm hoping it's just a warm-up game for Prodigy. I'm hoping, I'm seeing Cobbo on a 160 there. Love to see him get more involved, and really it was just that one shot from Hawk. Apart from that, he wasn't too active on the pitch either, so we'll see what Game 2 has in store.
Did like the passing setups that Creed goes for, so you're thinking maybe that it's really up to Cobbo here to take a bit more onus?
Yeah, I think so. With the experience, he can step up and perhaps, just... He's been around the block, so I think he can notice when they can shift the play style a little bit. And at the moment, they're struggling to maintain pressure, so I'd love to see a few more bumps and just some more speed on the ball. They're kind of just playing some slow rock at the moment.
Timeouts are available as it's a best of 7 in the playoffs, so we may see that come out if the Prodigy end up losing this game, but we'll see how they come out early on. Already starting to put a little bit of offensive pressure. Rez does very well to get the extra touch and actually caused a breakout. Gus could have been there a little earlier. He could have found the angle.
Oh, speaking of nearly finding the angle, almost there from Rez. Here is Gus off the ceiling. It's another double commit for Prodigy. It's not too threatening of a solo play either. You don't want to send 2 and waste all your boost here. Hawk loses that 50. Back to Creed, who has 100 boost. It's Rez. Keeping it close. I think that's the difference right now. You kind of see Prodigy throwing themselves at everything, and you can just see how measured Power are in their 50s there. Really making sure they're losing it to the right player.
Something that Scrub's always been very good at is his slower games. We saw Gus score one off his kind of 50 game earlier on, and Rez is no slouch in that fact either. That's a great pass from Hawk. Almost out of nowhere, catches the last member off guard after, a brilliant recovery up to the wall in the first place.
It's much better. Look at the trust as well from Cobbo. He, instead of rotating out, just plants himself in front of net, waits for the infield, waits for the redirect, beautiful from Prodigy. That's better. As we said, a bit more pace on the ball. He finds a nice double, and they've found two here. Hawk off the kickoff. Gets another.
The moment that Prodigy starts stepping up, that's when Cobbo's mum comes out of the woodworks, gets the cheer on, and, well, Cobbo's been involved in both goals as well.
Beautiful kickoff play, beautiful cheat there. That's the risk reward of the OCE kickoff. You cheat hard, you'll be able to get a goal out of it. Gus now trying to find the first for Team Power. We've been a little bit rattled, perhaps got a bit comfortable with that early win. What is Gus doing? It looks like he was temporarily stuck in the post, just rolling into net of Prodigy. It's Gus now. 0 boost, finds the 50. Creed awkward, doesn't know if he wants to go. He's kicked it out. Rez went too close. They were ready for it, but could have been a great chance there for Power.
It's going to be Creed up the other end. He's opened it up again for Hawk. And from 6-1 down, they've flipped the script. Prodigy up 3-0.
This is just OC. It's OC at its finest. You have game one where you're thinking, okay, maybe Power are a tier above. No, they're not. It was just a warm-up game, or I don't know, because Prodigy have turned it on. Minute 30, what are we, minute 31 into the game. Minute 41 into the game, and it's back. They're back in business. No timeout needed.
Well, CJ, I can tell you what, Power are going to score the next goal, guaranteed, given it is the flip script and it was a 3-1 at the beginning of the last game. The Prodigy, I think we're going to see a 3-1 the other way, especially the way that Prodigy are stuck in defense. Cobbo has to make a bit of a desperation dive just to get Rez off the ball. An opening here for Gus Time. Looks for the pass, but doesn't get any power.
They're looking awkward here, Power. They're trying to force it a little bit too much. You can just see them creeping up on their teammates' passes. Means they're out of position for touches like this. Gus gets up in time. Hawk was waiting back post. As Creed throws that one across, but they've lost possession. Here's a chance for Power to set up.
Didn't like that. Scrub cutting off Rez. He was in a very good position on that ball. Not to slow it down instead. When you do that, it kind of causes confusion. It causes Rez to have to slow down, use more boost, try and get himself into a correct position. So, bit of a reason why this attack never really moved into anything. It may even turn into trouble in the defense, so the demo helps out a lot. Cobbo off the pitch. Gus just goes straight for the shot, but too low. Saved by Creed.
Too low and 2 minutes left for Power to find 3. Says clear downfield. Gus throws it across almost like he was looking for a pass, but no one there. Hawk missing that touch. Boost acquired by Creed. You want to keep this one as close as possible. Finds a nice 50. He's forced 2 to challenge, and look at that. Power, no one ready to really force the issue. This Cobbo should have a reasonable 50 on this. Creed downfield. And Prodigy, what a turnaround. That's a massive mistake. Cobbo gets an open net. Who on earth has missed that?
It was Scrub as third man after both of his teammates' desperation dived. That was desperation all around. They were playing so close to the ball and just hoping that they would be able to hit that into the net and turn it into a 3-1.
Wowee. Wowee indeed. Scrub going to fake this one, but Creed still on the ball. Power of... this is why it's so hard to... you don't want to overanalyze games. You can look at that 6-1 and think, well, how on earth are Prodigy going to get back into this? And then, well, straight into the next game, they've scored 4 and kept a clean sheet so far with just a minute left.
So we're calling Power workmanlike. What's happened on the job site?
Yeah, this is employee strikes. I mean, the unions come in and close down the shop. I think these guys are in big trouble at the moment.
That's what they get for not wearing their hard hats. OH&S have got involved. It's going to be Prodigy this time, shutting down Power. 50 seconds left, and Power may get one. It looked a little dicey. Gus just getting a little extra on there.
Yeah, they took this bit. I mean, even Hawk here has 100 boosts. He just took a really weak 50. Creed should have got a touch on that. He's just flipped out of the way. 46 seconds still, though. There is time, but do Power have kickoff strats? We'll have to see.
I showed one earlier, and that's a good kickoff over to Rez. Unfortunately, got a bit too much power the first time.
just launches it to the wall. He wasn't getting... You can see what he was trying to do. He was trying to find that pass across, but he just, in the end, ground pinches it to the wall. And that probably will be game 2 in a tied series.
I'm not going to call it. Probably it is. There's not a single chance in the world that a Prodigy lose this game. I was getting a little worried for a second there as there was the miss in front of net and also that chance, but 10 seconds left. It is done and dusted. One-sided game each way, but it is a best of 7, so plenty of time for everyone to figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a tough series to read now. You've had a 6-1 into a 4-1 the other way. Both teams look just as impressive in their respective victories. And now it feels like a reset. You know, you're into a best of 5. Both teams have kind of shown their hand when they are playing well. Who's going to adapt? Who's going to change things up? Because Power looks very, I don't know, it felt like they were kind of over-eager to get involved and they just got punished.
Almost felt like the start is just the most important for these teams. As soon as Power are down a couple of goals, the wheels really fell off. And, well, maybe the kickoff will be really important. Maybe what you said, kickoff strategies at the very beginning could set the tone for the series. We also know a player like Scrub has a dial for when it comes to demos, and after losing a game, maybe he brings that out too.
Yeah, he can certainly turn it on. And we haven't really seen heavy aggression either way in terms of the physical side of things, in terms of the bumps or the demos. So interesting to see if Power shift that up, because they're not really creating space for each other. They're kind of climbing over the top. You saw a couple of moments where there's double commits in the midfield, and really the goals that Prodigy was scoring were kind of 2-on-1s down the other end where they're finding a pass across, and the last man for Power has 0 boost. So love to see Power just spread out a little bit, trust each other, and not try and force the issue.
We'll see how this one goes, as your favourite caster saying is practically a best of 5 now.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically a best of 5, and then if it goes to 2-2, you could even say it's best of 3 from there. 3 to win it from either side. Let's go.
Let's not even talk about the chance of it going to a Game 7 as Game 3 does begin. That's the most excited I've heard you in a long time.
I was just thinking about a best of 1. I mean, that's the things that just you dream. But what is Creed doing?
And then
Creed stuck on the phone.
Then if it's a Game 7 overtime, it's best of 1 goal.
That is, wow. Yeah, that's what we live for, ladies and gents. Shot on, shot wide. Hawk saves. Scrub keeping early pressure for Power, but the whole Prodigy were out. The pitch was on net. Saved by Scrub, they've gone full ball chase. They're not happy here, Power. They've gone the opposite of what I probably wanted, was them to spread out, and just thought, let's force this issue. Let's see what happens from here. Scrub, does he get the fake? Double commit comes through from both sides. A lot of pressure from Power early, first minute.
You thought they were workmanlike, and that's where you'd want them to go back to. They've gone full, I don't know, crazy psycho clown circus at the moment. Scrub, almost getting that one over the last defender, but the angles have been quite low so far. Hawk going for the Cronovier dribble. End-to-end stuff, Season 1 stuff right there. Still can find some success going for it as Creed almost gets the shot on with the support from Cobbo. Instead going to go the other way. Rez, flip reset, has support, goes to the extra touch himself, but also sends it wide.
Yes, Gussie actually fakes the touch. Cobbo there, low boost. Prodigy have played a lot of defense so far, and it doesn't look like they're getting it out. One more touch, no. That's all they need to find here, Power. The Scrub stays under it. He could have got a redirect. They are throwing themselves. I don't love the Power attacking in this corner. It just, gives an opportunity for Prodigy to get out like this. Still, though, 2 minutes of defense. Well played to Prodigy. Keeping it scoreless, but maybe not for long. That's going to be a tough touch. Is anyone on the back ball? Creed's whiffed. The bump comes in, and the goal for Gus is the first for Power.
Yeah, sometimes letting your opponents out and into the attack can be the best part for it, as Creed got caught running back off a huge clear from Rez. And, well, we said the first goal, very important, CJ. We'll see if that is true.
Yeah, I just feel like, Cobbo kind of just had to pick one way or the other, and he turned back far post. Gus had the easiest of shots. Prodigy, get one back.
My.
What a rocket! What? What is that?
You don't see shots like this very often. 156.
What? No, that's not. That is hit like the. What is that hit on that hitbox? He's found the sweet spot.
156.
Just from
without
a
a
regular
pinch.
shot.
I remember back in the day, Gfinity times, RLCS Season 6 times, where 130, 125 was a good fast shot, even after a pass like that. 156 off just a pass play.
He's flushed it. He's absolutely flushed that. I don't know how to even describe it. I mean, I can't believe I don't know if I've seen a more powerful shot from, around the halfway line, or I guess just on the front third, with no pinch. That's moving.
Well, maybe he knows something we don't at all. Gus knows how to break the defense in two. Gets up to this one nice and fast. Cobbo, awkward at the back post. Even with Hawk there, it's not enough.
Gus. You know something they don't. Their double touches they're nasty. I think he still had a flip or something as well. He really just smashed that in and wedged it off the corner to dunk the save. Double commit. Not sure why Hawk's gone there. Those touches can be costly. Just wasting boost. The Power grabbing the lead. They'll be happy with that after how last game went.
Has been a good turnaround for Power. A couple of impressive plays from Gus, who was very quiet in that 6-1 in the first game, and maybe the one to step up as Rez puts on a shot. Some pressure continues, and it's a bad double commit, leaving everybody low boost here on Prodigy. Cobbo has to do a lot. Creed manages to do it with just the 12 he found in front of net.
It wasn't pretty, but they got it out. That's a nice drop down from Rez, and he just backs straight off. Bump comes through. Cobbo's got 0. It should be a goal, and it's just wide open. 3-1, Power back.
Just relentless pressure here. There were bump attempts following up in 2 back-to-back plays. There was the double commit from Prodigy, and CJ, you were annoyed by Power just committing themselves at everything. This time they kind of let Prodigy use their boost, maintained the attack, and just found the right time to strike.
Yeah, a far better performance here, where they're not really forcing it too much. They're just playing with a bit more of that killer instinct that we like to see from the likes of a Gus, the likes of a Rez as well, and Scrub. Here is Scrub as well. Speaking of, 0 boost, turns in front of net, beautiful positioning, gets the 4th goal. Can we get a close game?
I was just going to say, typical OCE fashion, I guess, at this point in time. We had a 6-1, a 4-1 in the last game, 4-0, 4-1. Now it's 4-1 the other way.
We had 6-1, 4-1, 4-1. In all different directions here. And could be another one. Well, okay, still, there's a lot more time than Power had when they scored their first. Still in minutes, but what is Scrub doing? I
don't know. It felt like it was their kickoff strategy.
Yeah,
they were trying to lose it to Scrub, and he didn't go,
He just needed to force it. He really just put himself in trouble. He had 100 boost, and sometimes just getting a 50, even if it's not ideal, is better than doing nothing at all, because then he couldn't make a save or any impact on that shot. 4-2. Here is Hawk. Kind of been the only offensive power in terms of solo plays. We haven't really seen Creed get involved, Yummy. It's kind of just been the Hawk Cobbo show up front, so something to watch out for.
It's felt like he's been a little slow around the pitch.
Yummy, they've all just left the ball. Yummy, they have all just left the ball. Speaking of Creed, where is he going? Where? Yummy, where is he going?
There's just a nice, barbecue, a little sanger at the other end or something. He was heading off. He's thinking, Hawk's got this. I don't know. I don't know what he was thinking. I don't think even he knows what he was thinking, to be honest.
Okay. Someone help Creed out, please. Oh my goodness, that is ridiculous if he scored that. Gus almost with the musty flick. It's a great response from Power. I think Prodigy may have lost their way. A touch!
No!
1, I'm annoyed that that's not in. 2, I'm probably more annoyed that Rez didn't skim it as well. We could have been on the top clips of the week everywhere, and Shaw's has missed.
I hate Shaw's. If you guys ever find a clip of me saying I like Shaw's, it's a lie.
That could have been one of the greatest RLCS goals. The Psycho redirect into another redirect, and Rez with 100 boost has just missed it.
To be fair, you would have missed it too.
Oh, absolutely, but I'm not here.
Kami would have got a brilliant double read off the side, and you would have had a completely open net, and you would have hit it 10 million miles an hour into the crossbar. So.
I would have hit it though, just not in net. But I would have psychoed it back down the other end. So
now that would be the play. Psycho at the defensive end.
Triple
psycho at the offensive end so that you can psycho it again at the defensive end.
Just get more and more speed on the ball.
Everybody would be confused at that point in time.
And then by the third psycho, that ball's going at 300 kilometers an hour. So maybe something for the boys to work on. But Rez, I expect better than that from him.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. I have high expectations of Shaw.
He's been doing pretty well this entire split, so definitely expect him to score that one. In the end, it was meaningless, but it was also probably the coolest goal we were going to have all of
Yeah,
season.
It was easily the best goal of the season, I'd say. And we've had a few rippers. We've had, some lax and pop off. Yeah.
According to Dylan Credible, it would have been the third mainstream psycho ever.
Yeah, and that's why I'm so disappointed. But I think I'm more disappointed, not that Gus missed, because, he's done well to hit the psycho. It's just, again, it's Rez. And I'll have words with him after this. But let's see what Prodigy have now.
Have you got any, can you give us a sample of the words that you might use?
You are a Fruit Loop. You absolute...
That would have been
banana,
a Nutella goal.
Pancake. Yeah, something like that.
Cheerio, you're off the team.
Yeah. Get out of here. Here we go, though. Prodigy. Looking to make something of it. A little opening there early on. If this is anything to go by, we're expecting a nice 4-1 win here by Prodigy to tie this series up once again.
It is the recipe for success. Just score 5-6 goals and you will win the game. Been very back and forth at this point in time, but I got to imagine, if you were in Power's shoes and you lost to Prodigy today, that would be almost as bad as losing to Garrett G and Squishy Muffins in 2025.
Yeah, especially, well, I'd say it's not as bad because at least Prodigy are scrimming and are a team, but Cobbo.
I did say almost as bad. Yeah.
Oh, mate, yeah. Okay. I'm with you there. It's looking all right so far, though. First goal on the board, and, we're just following the trend. You can only win even games, and you can only win odd-number games.
It does mean that Power win the series 4-3 at the end of the day.
Why are we here, then? Let's just give him the win.
Let's just play a best of one, like he said. And there we go. Back into it as Gus gets gifted one. Brilliant pass across, followed up by the bump.
Yeah, lovely from Rez. He found the dunk and he knew exactly where to go there. Find Creed, get the bump, get the goal.
Tied up game. A rare sight outside of the first 10 seconds in this series. It means we may get a little bit of a decider here. If Power win this game, well and truly ahead of the race, but if Prodigy win it, then obviously we may continue that recipe of back and forth. Rez looks to set one up. The extra touch from Hawk, is it enough? Well, it is after a miss on the left post.
It's lovely pressure though from Power. Hawk's just going to float on this. Zero boost now. Scrub waits. Pounces. Creed's actually landed on the boost, and he's got to land on the ball as well. He's done well. He's found himself. He might have found an open net. Rez has really caught himself on the right mid. I think he was double backing for the boost. I think he just got caught in. I don't know what he's done. I think he's flicked on the ball and just headbutted the boost.
Yeah, well, it definitely could have been a little bit better there from Shaw's. A couple of flips on the wall. Finally figures it out by the time that the ball is sailing into his net. And I think he's just putting a little effort at the end there just to say, you know what, I'm still trying.
Yeah, he got the boost though.
Just a mistake.
He'd be happy with his booster addition there. Just being able to pick that one up. Unfortunately, they're 2-1 down now. Prodigy in a great spot as the trend continues. It is game for game and one-sided games at that. Here is Hawk. Has Cobo on the left side if he wants to use him, and does. Cobo goes across. Rez going to have to wait on this one. Tries to get the read. He's whiffed. There's been a lot of mistakes in this game from both sides. There's the kick-out pass. Shot on. That's not on target. Creed has to wait. He's done well, actually. Rez has pushed up expecting the win. He's got to use a lot of boost to control this. And they've got to get some support from Gus as well.
By the end there, Rez looked so out of sorts that Gus just had to come in and be like, you know what? It's my ball. I'll deal with this. Oh no, Rez misses the next one. I've been on Rez cam since the last goal. It's not doing him any favours. He just looks a little bit lost at the moment.
There is Scrub. 50 out, Hawk across. Oh, I didn't think that was going to be a troubling touch, but it's a double commit. That's a beautiful pass. Oh, no. It is the worst goal I've ever seen. It's Scrub's own goal.
I'll tell you what, CJ, does Zed ever make a play like that in EU? Is the standards up there a little bit different?
It is. Oh, can we just analyse that again? It's it was a drop down pass that Hawk has whiffed, and then someone else whiffed, and then Scrub, with Gus flying across net to come in third man to make the save, has scored it. That is OCE.
Oh yeah, Rez had that every day of the week, but it's been a bit of a theme the last few minutes that nobody's trusting Rez. And, well, they maybe how to score the goal right now. They do. They bring him back into a game. And you know what, CJ? This is what you do if you're in OCE. Ignore defense. Ignore your own goals. Concede 5 goals. You just go on offense. You just score as many as you possibly can.
Yeah, this is the only game where we've had it 2 goals to the losing team, and they might not be the losing team. We've got to wait and find out here. Gus off the wall. We got to tie this one up. Minute left, still a lot of time for power. We got to force an overtime here. Scrub throws it up. Where is Creed? Here he is. Throws it forward. Ceiling. Doesn't get the touch. Gus trying to control as Hawk hard on his hammer. Scrub goes across. Hawk's intercepting everyone. One more would be huge as well. Probably reads the whiff. 40 seconds. They killed a lot of time here, Yummy. Oh. What is Hawk doing? Stop double committing, boys.
They could beat each other.
This is ridiculous. Shot on, saved. 15 seconds. Hawk still. He's gone at every single possible ball he can. He's not rotated once. There's the bump. There's the shot. Cobo just doinks it to Hawk. He's got 0 boost. Of course he does. He's been doing everything. Scrub, last chance for team power to tie it up. Infield pass. Cobo pre-jumps. Ball down. Game for game for game for game. 2-2.
Nice clean match there from Prodigy. Not much that Power could do about any of that. It was just so controlling throughout the 8 shots that Prodigy did get. Matched, of course, by the 9 shots on Power. I wonder what the difference maker was there.
This is why it's so hard to analyse OCE.
Yeah, what do you say? Okay, don't quad whiff.
Yeah,
in front of the net and then own goal.
But this is the problem, is there's neither side has found a recipe for success. They're kind of just, banging their head against the wall, and one team's coming out on top. I mean, there's so many lucky 50s, double commits going through, and in the end, I don't even know if either team have been changing up their play style, or they've just happened to come out the better side of a scrappy game.
I will say that what did change is that Cobo's been having a much more impactful performance, at least. We'll say that. I don't know if you can really call it that much.
Well, one of his goals was this.
Look at the impact there from the young lad.
Oh, my word.
I wish we could just show that the entire time. You shouldn't have done any other highlights of that game.
That was the beauty of OCE. And the greatest thing about it as well is, we get imports coming in. We get European imports now with Raziz, and even he's doing it. So it is just...
he might be our chief exploiter of the...
He could be the chief getting stuck on the wall, missing open nets. He's really taking it.
Oh, no. I'm pretty sure that was open as well.
Yeah, it was. It was definitely open for Team Power. Scrub still could be open, still should be open. What a save from Cobbo. Res in, no. All the hard work goes to waste to 1-0 Power.
Yeah, a couple of mistakes in front of the net, but this time Power able to keep that pressure and positioning up, ready to strike is Res. So the first goal going the way of Power. Same the way the rest of the series has gone. It's been Power first striking and winning, and then Prodigy bouncing back. Just go to Game 7.
Take us to the promised land. Res off the corner. Here is Hawk. They keep close. Reset. One more pop. Finds Res back corner. They're really slowing it down here, Team Power. I don't love it though. They're going to get dunked. They're going to find opportunities. I really think you need to just keep pace on the ball, Yummy, when you're not really, when they're not locked in as a team. I think the slower you play, the more chance of double, triple, quad commits. So I think either side just needs to put a bit of pace on the ball, because at least, at the bare minimum, you're going to spread out.
Exactly. You know, focus on keeping the pace up and keeping away from your own teammates. And if you're just playing fast, you'll get up to the ball before your opponents. You'll at least force them into having to play fast themselves. And as you said, if you're spread out, you won't double commit as many times. So we are seeing from both these teams, but especially Prodigy, have been bumping into each other more often than not, and that may have been open as well.
Another open net gone awry there. Here is Gus. Throws it on. Cobbo, regulation save. He's going to leave that boost for his teammates instead. Res just takes it. He'll probably regret that one. Here he is, Res. Turns straight on a pinch across. Anyone there? When Cobbo flies. Boost acquired by Gus. They're in big trouble here, Prodigy. Lucky enough, Cobbo has boost. One's a beautiful dunk. Straight to Gus, though. Creed's not back post. In fact, he's dead. Gus, double. Where's the pass? Does Scrub get in? Cobbo's been huge so far here in defense.
CJ, have you ever had a headache from laughing too much?
Yeah, you got that?
Yeah, I got that one for this series. I've been doing this for 8 years. I don't know how much more I can last.
It's been the same as well for 8 years, hasn't it?
Yeah, it hasn't changed at any bit. It's just gotten a little faster and a little bit more messy.
Yeah, but also a little bit more chaotic at the same time. Cobbo back corner grabs boost. Creed has really just been just circle simulator in front of net. He's low as someone needs to help him, I think. There's a drop down. Cobbo. No, Gus is backwards. Pops it up. Scrub's ready. So is Creed. That's a nice pass. Cobbo's been completely removed by Gus, though.
That's one of the best bumps you can do. Back into your own defensive corner so that Cobbo has to not just get some boost. He has to run all the way back. It's even longer than getting demoed out of the game.
Absolute beauty. You can keep him just floating and thinking about everything. Here is Cobbo, though. He's got a great spot. Shot on. What a play. You've asked for him to step up. You saw him step up, and he's done it again here in Game 5.
He really took out the first. Res, seeing that on low, boosted. This is a little extra power at the end from Cobbo. To tie it up, this could be the most crucial game of them all, and it's a tied one, 2 minutes remaining.
Gus, sidewall, 50 across, found straight to Scrub. Where does he go? He goes to the air dribble. Goes for the touch. 50 is nice from Hawk in the empty. He's only got one boost. That shot's not on target. Cobbo has been the MVP of this game for Prodigy, and he's found space through that touch again. Scrub's just given him the free ball. Cobbo's gone sideball. It's a beautiful pass. Where is Creed, please? Bang!
There's the teamwork. There's the three-man rotation. No double commits. Nice and spread out. Cobbo with the Hawk follow-up. Creed was there and saw that he could still get aggressive despite his two teammates already committing. That's what we love to see. A 2-1 lead here for Prodigy. Might be able to cause what would be considered a big upset.
This would be huge. And completely unexpected after that first game, but after Game 4, I mean anything's possible for what we've seen this game. So Gus doesn't get that one. Cobbo, MVP of the side, I'd say. He's been the most consistent, definitely. Hawk has been certainly up and down. He's been triple committing with everyone. Power teammate, well, Prodigy teammates, power opponents, whoever he can find. He's just going at every ball, but Cobbo's been fantastic. Creed has had his moments. Here is Hawk, another double commit for no reason. He's just flying across the pitch at will, using all the boost he can. Shot on, awkward touch. Hawk has to make the read, does well.
Does well, but there's not much boost left. It's all on Hawk still. try and get this one away as the clamps do tighten against Team Prodigy. Extra touch and the bump, but Creed saw it coming. Very good read from Creed.
Yeah, it's good recognition of where the threat was. He had to cover that one option and did so. Talk gets out. Cobbo rolls through the ball. Can he turn on this? He's waiting. He pops it up. There is Gus. 30 seconds. It's down the wrong end for Power, and this game's quickly got away from them. They were 1-0 up. Cobbo magic. There's a shot, though. Cobbo, here he is again. Yummy. Can he do anything wrong?
Cobbo the magician. That's what he's known as, and he's managed to conjure up a save. 15 seconds remaining. They just need to hold on to get their first lead of the entire series. They've got it down the other end. Rez with a pinch, tries to get a shot out for Scrub, who has it on target, but not with enough power. Gus does manage to get the extra touch, but there we go. Prodigy take the lead for the first time.
This would be an upset. This would be a big upset for mine if Prodigy can get the job done. We all predicted Power. They were beaten 6-1 in the first game. And here they are 3-2 up with Power on the ropes and have called a timeout as well.
Important timeout and first one of the series. Probably I kind of expected one to be called earlier, but
yeah,
in true OCE fashion almost. They just wait till their backs are right up against the wall before they call it.
They said, righto, now's probably the time. I mean, I could have nearly called a timeout after losing 6-1 in the first, but Prodigy knew something that we didn't, Yummy, because we thought, well, maybe they're a tier above them. I think I even said that after game one, but clearly not. Cobbo stepping up, 1 goal, 5 saves, nearly 700 points in an MVP performance from him. Creed stepping up as well. He had the same stat line. And Hawk has just decided to... I think he's not in comps the way that he's playing. I think he's just completely... He's closed Discord, closed everything, and thought, well, this is just my ball, and every ball is my ball. And I guess it's working. They're winning.
Either that or the Goomba Stomp was on purpose and he's just having a laugh. But I think you're more close to being correct. It is certainly working out for Prodigy, and that's all you need to do. You just need to find a style that fits you, that fits your team, that works well as your team, and go with it. If that involves sending a player like Hawk at the ball and having Creed be kind of almost a hard third man, it's not maybe the most efficient playstyle, but it's the best for you, which makes it just the best playstyle you can play. Yeah,
absolutely. I think they've just... I think it's lucky they've got Cobbo. We talk about, needing that experience. Even for Scream's World in the previous event, how important Luna was. Obviously, Laxon absolutely popped off, but just having that experience can do a world of good. And I thought the experience was going to come from the side of Power, but maybe they've got too much because they don't really have that, I guess, core leader at the moment, whereas you do look to Cobbo on Prodigy and he's stepping up.
You do remember back to last event where in the double elimination stage, Prodigy 3-0'd Power, if I recall. At least took them down in that double elimination stage, and I just kind of expected a team like Power would spend the last 2 weeks leveling up and maybe Rez beginning that process once again.
Yeah, Creed would want that again, as well as Hawk thought he had time to duck out for that corner boost while Creed had a solo play, but he just gets beaten for free. He got completely blind spotted by his camera POV. The ball was right in the way of Rez. First goal on the board, really great start. Off the timeout. Could be the timeout buff here, but I think the timeout buff is dead now I think about it. I don't even think the stats are that good anymore for the timeout buff.
It's been working really well in OCE for what we've seen on stream this season. So, don't bring all your EU biases into my region.
No, that is fair. That's a fair complaint from you, and I'll take that criticism on board. Here is Hawk. 40 seconds gone. 1 goal to 5. But this is what happened last game. It was an early goal for Team Power, and then we saw some Cobbo magic as he is right here on the ball. Throws it across. Not again. It's a beautiful pass to Hawk. He's been bumped. Can he recover in time? He's falling on it. The follow-up from Creed almost.
Hawk's been very good at maintaining his boost when he goes high up on the ball. There's a lot of impact there. When you expect that he's got no more touches left to give, there's a lot of play right in front of the net. Very difficult to score when you've got the ball kind of just hanging in front of the goal, because there's always going to be somebody hanging goal side to at least get a 50, as that's a monster flick, but too far to the left to really find an angle on, and instead it goes the other way. Scrub on the counterattack, over one, on target, backboard cleared, and Hawk manages to win the race.
That's the one positive of Hawk, is that you know he's going to go at everything in there. That's a crucial touch right there, just to throw himself and outpace the attack of Team Power. Creed gets dunked. Hawk is looking for a chance to get in. He's got 0 boost, though. He hasn't had any boost in a while. What to save from Cobbo, though. The absolute saviour, keeping it a 1-goal game.
Still, the attack is on. Hawk not able to do too much with 0 boost. Good pass down, but Rez equally on nothing after a sustained attack. Scrub hitting the backboard. Creed was there. Tries to carry this one away. He's always trying to finish it off with a pass, Creed, but never quite has enough boost to finish it off.
It's a nice catch from Rez. One more touch that they've made it a bit difficult for themselves there, Team Power. It means Scrub has to backtrack. Creed steals boost, flips to recover. I think they've stolen all the boost here. No, leaving corner does Hawk. Instead, he turns on ball. Cobbo's got 0. This is a really bad spot. A really bad spot for Cobbo. He had no help and he had no boost.
All set up from Scrub in the first place. He's so good at getting that first touch over one defender. And the fact that he was able to land with the ball to follow it up made it even more difficult.
I think if Cobbo had his time again, knowing he had low boost, you've really got to just meet that at the fall of the ball and hope that he doesn't pop it around. Because as soon as he lets Scrub have the shot, it's always going to be a goal. Half the game gone, 2-goal lead. Power going to force game 7. This trend continues, and I'd say the series, I don't know, it's saying deserves game 7, because it hasn't been the cleanest, but Cobbo does not want this thing on champ field. Here he is again creating magic.
I think he's scored maybe 4 goals in the last 3 games. He's been the impact player here for Prodigy, and he's keeping them alive in game 6.
And pressure's on Power now to maintain this lead, force game 7. They've still got that 1-game advantage. Prodigy is, well, Scrub has missed that boost, and Hawks helped him pitch it downfield. First one to meet it is Rez. Oh, Gus has backflipped. Gus has backflipped out of the way. This is trouble. Shot on. Hawk in. When does Creed go? He wants the turn, but he's too deep.
Maybe it was the backflip gambit to reel the opponents in, but it hasn't worked out as Creed gets a pass over to Hawk. It's a tied game.
What happened to Scrub? He just put his controller down. He was so confused it broke his brain, it looked like. He's backflipped. He's gone forwards, backwards, forwards. And in the end, he's just walked out of net. 2-goal lead, it feels like 10 seconds ago, has vanished.
It has gone downhill fast for Power. Any team that got to an early lead was able to really just take control of the game. They haven't been able to do it here as Prodigy now have the series in their hand on match point right now. Could be going home as Rez. He's sunk a beauty.
I still think Creed has to do more here. He's just been beaten for free. Throws it across, and what a shot from Rez. Cobbo, nothing he can do. Try to pinch it out. They found the lead, but we know how quickly they can give it up.
3-2 lead. Power looking to go into a game 7. Can't be letting any mistakes go through. Neither can Prodigy. As Cobbo going forward, there's a bump in support. Gus avoids it. May be able to clinch it right there. That's on target. And Gus steps up in defense, which turns the other way.
Yeah, there was just no need for Creed to be that pushed up. He wasn't impacting the offense. He wasn't a part of the pass play. And in the end, he collected 0 boost on the way up or back. And there's a 2-goal lead back. I think we're just destined to go game 7 no matter what.
Well, we sort of thought about it after game 4, how back and forwards the series were. We saw Prodigy take break point away, but of course, we've seen Power do the same thing in reverse. Seems with 1 minute remaining, maybe a slight chance here, but surely Power don't let a 2-goal lead twice in one game.
It is certainly possible what we've seen here. Cobbo, whoa, I don't know how we got a touch on that. He was very awkward. Hawk finds the dunk. First to land on this one. Low boost, the laser flip. Now uses it, gets one more. Creed needs magic right here, right now. He's gone backboard double. He's beaten Gus. Where's the double? Cobbo just brute forces his way through. It is not over yet.
He was playing for maybe the miss here from Creed, just thinking that he didn't have it, but bumps come through. It still goes down, and Cobbo gets gifted it still right in front of his nose. 35 seconds.
Everyone just sit up a touch now. Here we go, Cobbo. It's a beautiful touch. He's really been doing well at working it around and trying to get it away from that attacker in the corner. Done a few times on either side. Here is Hawk, no boost. He's actually been one for free. Oh, Power really letting them in here. Creed, does he get one more? He does. He can get a follow as well. Met by Rez. Cobbo backs up. Hawk there. Finds the touch. He's going to leave it. Does mean it's a free ball for Power. Cobbo went. Ground pitch comes through. There's no one here. Power are going to sit back. They're going to let Prodigy attack one last time, perhaps. No, they're not. Ball down. Game 7. We head to Champfield.
Love the backwards pass there at the end from Power, knowing that there's just a couple of seconds left. Keep the ball away. Keep it on the ground. Power take us to a Game 7. But looking a little dicey there towards the end. So Prodigy still plenty left in the tank. And I'm sure that they will call the timeout. Yeah, they have called the timeout right now.
Fair enough. Timeout buff comes through for Power. Now it's time for the timeout buff to perform for Prodigy. So we'll see. I think it wasn't too bad of a game. You're just looking at the stats here. 10 shots to 9. So Prodigy had more shots that game. Cobbo still had a great performance. They looked good. They just gave them 3 goals. I think they were getting dunked for free. And yeah, just they can't be letting a 2-goal lead, in the first 30 seconds come through.
Everyone knows that the first 4 games don't count. We only really show up once we get to Game 5, 6, and 7. That's when the warm-up games end and real Rocket League comes out. And, of course, that leads to a close game. We're in Game 3 now, of the best of 3.
Yeah, and again, we could have just played a best of 1. Maybe after this, we could have said it should just be first to 1 goal if this does head to overtime as well. But Prodigy, time for them to just reset. I think that they've got the attack. They know how to score. And they've nearly been the better team, I guess. I've been really not impressed with how Power are playing at the moment. Especially in defense, they look all over the place. They've had a few moments, but I think Cobbo's been the MVP of this series. He's looked the most composed. He's made the least mistakes, and yeah, he's played well.
Yeah, I think realistically they have been, better looking at most of the times, but they've also made some really, fundamental mistakes that have led to goals, which has been a big problem for Prodigy, I guess, more than anything else. But, as a team, they look good now. They look like they're spreading out a lot more, not team bumping anymore. And, as you said, taking the lead in terms of taking shots at least.
Here we go. Game 7. Loser is, well and truly out of any sort of major contention, and perhaps world contention as well when we look at season points. But let's see what is in store for us here. We've got 5 minutes to decide who is the best team in this series, and it has been back and forth to say the least. Creed, it's a nice throw across there to Hawk, who really has been the guy keeping the pace up and ensuring that Prodigy are staying as spread out as possible. Creed launches it forward, doesn't get much power on it. Look at Cobbo go for bums. He's showing the aggression, Yummy. I love it. They're awkward Power. They were caught out by it.
It was such a good bump that I think it was Scrub that couldn't figure out whether to go forward or back, and he ended up being really late on that challenge. Oh, goodness, 2 players have to go up just to try and stop that goal from being an easy one in the end, but hasn't been one just yet. A few little mistakes happening in front of the net. They're looking dicey as maybe nerves running a bit high here in Game 7.
Still love the way Cobbo's playing. He's making all the right decisions. He's finding the bumps. He's just picking apart this defense of Power. That's a nice flick from Rez, though, on the ball. Has support left. Delays his flip. If the bump comes through, it's a nice save. Hawk has to go. Huge from Prodigy in defense. It was a lovely attack from Power. Cobbo whiffs. Creed's ready for it. Rez actually doesn't get the boost. This is huge for the defense of Prodigy if he can get back in time. There's the shot on. It's a double commit. Rez has to score now and does. First on the board for Power.
Just clean, clear, concise gameplay coming out from Power. Use the back foot. Win the race. Follow up. Spread out. And finally find an opening. Rez coming through. And the first goal going the way of Power. Are they defeating the timeout buff?
It's one of those double commits in defense where you really want to trust your teammate, but it's so close to the line that the pressure's on. Speaking of pressure on, Scrubs whiffs. Cobbo in now. Goes for the double. He's missed. Hawk low boost. I love that from him, though. He stays close enough, but it still could be open. Creed needs to make the touch, and he has absolutely pinched it. There's a shot on. Ball cuts across. Gus, back corner. Straight to Creed. Over to Cobbo off the corner. Hawk needs to find his precise shooting, and he does. Ties it up.
Well, you think it needs to be precise, but there was such a good demo from Creed at the front post that just opened up the entire right side of the net. Gus had some misfortune too because he tripped over the post. Typical
Power defense, but as you said, a beautiful demo there from Creed. 1-1, 3 minutes on the clock. Power win this kickoff. Scrub tries to land on the 50. Hawk's been bumped, and he's faked out everyone, including Gus, who was trying to follow up. He's been flicked in the end, and Rez doesn't know when he wants to get in here. He's got a way to cross. Finds it into this corner, but Gus has lost another 50. Hawk keeps it in. The demo this time from Power. Big trouble for Prodigy. They're having to backtrack. There's the shot. Creed huge.
There were 3 players on orange chasing Prodigy right there. It looked dicey. It ended up being dicey as Rez gets the lead.
Yeah, beautiful bump. Have a look at this. It's Hawk with 100 boost, and the only one from Prodigy, should I say. So he had to do something, but he's been beaten for free. It means the bump on the near post comes through. Open net. Now half a game left. Let's see if Power can hang on to a lead, which really they've struggled to do outside of those one-sided wins.
Awkward right there. Defense never being a great option for either of these teams. Does mean that Prodigy have to get back into their comfort zone in the offensive end. Scrub, who made a couple of mistakes earlier, starting to find his form now that they're in a more comfortable position. Creed just going for a straight shot on. Don't know if that was the best play, as there was the passing opportunity, but Prodigy still 2 minutes remaining to try and tie it up.
Hawk perhaps finds a drop down. He's found Cobbo, but Cobbo chooses not to commit. He saw how ready Gus was for that, and he's lost his corner boost as well. Here is Cobbo now, popping it up. He's beaten one. Huge win. Creed no boost though. Hawks crept underneath. Cobbo last, yet to find anything in the tank. This could be it. It's done well though, and Hawks secured the corner, but everyone's left net. Creed momentarily found an opening, but 90 seconds left. He's done well. Prodigy still a chance.
There's been a couple of moments where I thought Creed would just run away from the ball, but he stayed in the net this time. What a series Cobbo's been having, but will it be enough? Find themselves 2-1 down against Power. And Scrub starting to find those 50s. That's a great shot. It's just going to go in. The defender wasn't ready. It's Gus again.
And we haven't called this guy's name much, but he's found a demo in their first goal, and he has struck a bullet. Bar down on their second. Creed makes it 2-2. These teams cannot be split.
The two teams that are maybe hanging in that 4th, 5th contention now at the end of the season, or 5th, 6th, given that Scrimsworld has taken up that top spot. He might be going to a Game 7 to decide who truly is the better team, who has the chance maybe to make into that World Championship later on in the year. 50 seconds. Who will get this go-ahead goal?
Oh, what a great bump and an even better save. 40 seconds. Power looking to pick apart this Prodigy defense. Hawk off the ceiling. It's a double commit from Hawk and Cobbo. They were so desperate to get it out. 50 comes through. Hawk's done really well. He's made them awkward. He's made 2 of Power awkward, but still, Cobbo not ready to go, and he's been beaten. There's a shot. Creed, luckily. I don't know if he was ready for that, but they found the outlet.
Ooh, they started going, Prodigy, for the be annoying strategy of just having one person absolutely stick to the ball. Prevents you from really overcommitting. There was the triple commit that came out. It has to be right now for Power to capitalize on it. They don't manage to immediately convert it to a goal. 3 seconds left. Rez, it spills out in the middle, but Cobbo, of course, will be first onto the ball. We go to a best-of-1 goal situation.
And we joked about it, but we found our way here. We could have just skipped to this moment right now. There's the shot on. Is that going to be it? It's Gus and it's Team Power in 7, all the way to overtime off the kickoff. But in the end, they come out on top.
Kickoff goal, maybe the first mistake from Cobbo that we've seen all game. Just slight misread on that back corner. And that means that Power go through and a little bit of redemption from event number 2.
I'm calling it. Now, this could be short-sighted, short-term memory, but this has to be the most OCE series of all time. Game 7 overtime, we get 6-1s, 5-1s going either direction. We had the worst goal I've ever seen, like a quintuple whiff. This... And then a kickoff goal to end it in Game 7. We go the distance. We're here for an hour, Yummy, and it ends in a kickoff goal, Game 7 overtime.
I did kind of expect that overtime to be just almost a nerve-wracking affair, but, you know, they had enough nerves. That Game 7 was nervy enough. They just wanted it over with, I guess, at that point.
We do all, you know, they get all the hard work. They put in a great series. Creed steps up in that Game 7 as well. Cobb had a great series. Hawk was everywhere with his speed, but... the kickoffs. It all comes down to kickoffs, and it's the one, you know, static thing about Rocket League. It's the only thing you can really practice on a consistent basis because they're fixed positions, and we're still not good at them globally.
Yeah. Well, it was starting to get better. I've seen a lot of kickoff strategies coming out of EU. OCE has picked it up in the last year. But in that case, it was Power absolutely dominating off the kickoff. It was Gus stepping up despite some criticism from myself. And, well, in the end, they're guaranteed to go through to Sunday and maybe show where they truly are meant to be at the end of this event. Let's go to a quick break and go to the other lower bracket match after a few minutes.
Welcome back to the final OCE event. We just had our first series, which was an absolute banger. Game 7 overtime leading into a 6-second kickoff goal. But we're now joined. We've decided that myself and Yummy Cheeseman really aren't cutting it. So we needed to get in the A team here with Queen Morgie. Welcome.
Thank you. Glad to be here. Straight from work as well, so ready to get into something a little bit more
Speaking of, what did you think of the last series there?
Oh, 156k an hour goals. Almost world-class psychos, world-class own goals. What more can you want from OCE RLCS?
It's exactly what we needed. It's exactly what we wanted. But we have a little bit of an exciting one here. I think we spoke about it on our little pre-show there, Yummy, that this next matchup, Scrimsworld taking on OCE, is probably our matchup of, or one of the matchups of the day, purely because, well, Scrimsworld, Morgie, obviously coming off the crazy win, I'd say, of Open number 2, and found themselves in the lower bracket here in the main event.
Yeah, definitely quite an interesting. I feel like it's very typical OCE that we see those kind of ebbs and flows with teams. It was really good to see them, champion last Open. Didn't expect the performance in the Swiss stage this Open for them to drop down into lowers. Now they've got a much harder run than they could have. It'll be interesting to see how they go. I think that they, if they can bounce back a little bit, they've got a good chance here, but it is a difficult path forward.
Sorry for looking distracted there as well, because I was just putting my splint back on after I hurt my thumb. Anyway, I think that Scrimsworld are just too good. At this point in time, Luna is the best player in OCE. Do you agree, CJ?
Yeah.
By miles.
Okay.
By absolute country miles.
Yeah, okay. Maybe
he's even better than Misty.
Well, yeah, he's your boy, Luna, that's for sure. But predictions, we've all gone Scrimsworld. I think they should get the job done. Can they live up to the performance of the last event? I guess Morgie is the question.
I think it kind of comes down to Laxon's performance. I feel like Laxon was that MVP last event for Scrimsworld. If he can perform the same way today, of course, all 3 players on the team have been playing really well. They set each other up well. They've been slowing the ball down a lot more than I feel like we saw in that first Open. So, just strategy is better. If they can mimic that this Open, then I think they're in for a decent shot.
I already foresee that me and Morgie are not going to get along because
what?
You're on the Laxon train.
Along.
He was just a Game 7 merchant.
Yeah, one game's all he's good for. Just
Luna's the one putting him in the position in the first place to win it all. For Laxon to finally pop off in that one game.
No, we never agree. It's fine. When have we ever agreed on series, actually? When has there ever been a moment other than... I'm surprised we agreed on teams today, Yummy, but...
Whenever you've decided to be right, then we agree. But for the most part, I'm guessing you're going to stay wrong, stay on the Laxon train. But, well, to be fair, you ever on the Caleb train as well?
Sorry, you go.
Are you on the Caleb train? I'm on a bit of Caleb.
I've been accused of being on the Caleb train, but I feel like I've more been like sitting at the station. Just kind of like thinking I'll pop on the train at some point in time.
Just waiting for it to get going. Yeah, well,
waiting for maybe, yeah.
I think he's doing his job. He doesn't need to do too much more when Luna, as you said, is the best player you've ever seen. So Laxon performing in Game 7. But Scrimsworld, we've got them all here in this one. We're all predicting them to get the job done. OCE are a strong team, though. We'd love a bit of Fades action, but we'll have to find out. A best of 7 awaits us. Take it away, guys.
Bit of a tough matchup for me. Big fan of Luna, but also... have been backing the likes of Big Jez and Fades, and Prompt has been having a great split too. So we look back at what happened in the last event, and it's going to continue on. Scrims took 2 seconds to score.
Oh, Caleb getting that train started early today with a nice kickoff goal right at the start. 2 seconds putting Scrims in the lead. I feel like a lot of these series are a lot of what we saw last Open, Yummy, when Scrims are in the lead early, they manage to keep that lead really well. They don't tend to kind of flow back down into losing later on. So I feel like it's a good start.
Do you rev up a train? What do you do for a train for it to actually get going?
I feel like you do have to rev up the train, surely.
Wow.
Get that aggression going for sure.
Looks like Caleb is revving up the train as we speak. Prompt. Trying to get the first on the board for Oi Oi. I will say, Oi Oi been a bit of a surprise packet. Been performing quite strongly throughout, but maybe not as impressive as they would like. Oh, Jez, what have you done?
Oh no, Yummy! I was going to say the overcommit from Caleb just before with 0 boost in the tank was risky. It left the net completely open for Oi Oi. They're just unable to convert that one. Ball back in the midfield now. That's not what you want to see.
I give up. Can you solo cast the rest of this, please?
I actually don't know what scares me more, solo casting or casting with you. So,
mate, you would refuse to cast with me for the first 6 months of your career.
Because all that was going through my head was like, Yummy's just gonna bully me every single cast. Whatever I say is gonna be wrong. What do you mean? You just said before I'm right when I decide to be right and agree with you.
That's not bullying you. That's just stating the truth about when you want to be right, you agree with me. You know, because I'm always right.
I've got an older brother, and you remind me of him sometimes. I swear. Oh, it says the exact same thing.
Well, he must have a good head, a good brain between his head, good little bit of tissue between his ears. So. Sure, him and I would get along quite well. I'm sure.
Luna now looking for a pass off the backboard straight to Caleb. Manages to recover a little bit and puts Grimswald with a second goal on the board.
Lads, the conductor has just pulled the horn. The whistle's gone off. Caleb's about to leave the station. 2-0. He's got both the goals. He also got a pretty good save earlier too.
He heard you. He heard you, Yummy. Didn't want that disrespect before and had to get that train going. Fades now with a pop up to Big Jez, who's going for the double off the backboard. Not enough boost in the tank to secure that one though. Prompt now trying to keep the ball close. Fades now with possession, taking the ball back upfield, gets 50 by Laxon. Maybe an attempt here for Caleb. No boost in the tank though.
Great pass down from Luna. Surprising that he could get that to the left. Unfortunately for him, your favourite player in the entire world did not have any boost. Otherwise, it would have been a quadruple flip reset goal. Still 2-0 at this point in time. The attack on for Scrims if they can get that ball going. Luna, big 50, but Big Jez is going to be the first of it.
Don't know about my favourite player. Don't know about my favourite OCE player, but fair enough. Fades now with a centre, trying to get the pass off to Prompt. Manages to get a nice touch, gets it over one, can't get it past Taylor though. Taking the ball back up, comes off the roof. Ball's caught in the centre now. No one really wanting to challenge that one there. Laxon does get demoed though. Fades going for a shot. Caleb though with the block.
Little question over in chat. What do Scrims World need to do? Realistically, they need to come top 2 in the event to guarantee themselves. They have to do better than the current 3rd and 4th healthy Chiefs. See if they're able to do that, but they're a long way from that right now. They're in the lower bracket. If they lose this, they're out of the major, and that means that all the pressure's on them. Oi Oi basically can't do it, and maybe that's what leads to a double commit like that.
Exactly, all the pressure on not just to stay in this one, but to get enough points to make it through to tomorrow. They've still got a decent chance to make it through to Birmingham, and they are hungry for it, that's for sure. Nice pass there, down, can't get the ball in net though.
A lot of close plays towards that net. Trying to put the Oi Oi defenders on notice. There's a pass opportunity over to Laxon. Caleb delays it just maybe a little too long as the challenge comes through. 50 seconds remaining. Still a 2-goal lead. Make that a 3. No, Fades is back. 40 seconds. Wants to do anything he can to try and tie this up. At the moment, they've just found an open net, but Caleb gets back in time.
I do like this Grimswald roster, Yummy. I think that when they're playing at their best, or even when they're just playing decently well, they're a very controlled roster. They've got a little bit of mech in the tank, but they also rotate really well. They're nice and clean. They're calculated. They look for one another, and we can almost see another goal there coming out of a nice team play. But I think they're just a team that really gels well this year.
They've been obviously putting in the work. Working well as a team, and that's why they've been the #1 team. At least in the last event, taking down the 7-time back-to-back champions in Wildcard. ended that long streak and maybe continuing that on through to today. Getting this first win in what has to be a long journey to those finals.
Yes, that was definitely an impressive feat. The first team to do it is huge when wildcard that roster went so long without dropping a series or a tournament. So massive, massive props to that team. And I think all other teams started to keep a closer eye on them after that win, that's for sure. Seemed to be wildcard's kryptonite. But Scrimsworld have managed to take this first game against OCE and will be going into the series 1-0 up.
Scrim seemed to be that team that a lot of people were thinking, okay, well, yeah, they could beat us. They could take a win here or there. They could catch you off guard, but weren't expected to be a team that could take everyone down. And that's what they had to do in the last event. Somewhat surprising, of course, that means that they came down to the lower bracket here. Losing to, if I recall, one of the lower teams in the Swiss stage this week against Who's Going. So, they've fallen short from the very first step.
Yeah, that's right. That was, I think, UC Jimmo, that roster as well, which, again, I'm kind of in the same position. I wouldn't have expected that loss, particularly after, being champs of last Open. It wasn't something we expected. It's put them in not too good of a position here today. They, essentially, that put them up against TSM, right? Which... Again, having lost there, put them down the lowers. It's a difficult run. They could have had a much easier run if they just 3-0 the Swiss.
TSM is a team that they could be able to beat, but obviously, maybe I think they would have had Prodigy instead to beat to make it, which is a much easier prospect for the likes of Scrimsworld, especially if Prodigy were quadruple whiffing like they were today. A very beatable team for this team, but they've made it harder, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible for them to make that run. They've still got every single chance to make it through.
Absolutely. In a good spot points-wise, not in the best spot lineup, match-wise at the moment, but still anything is possible. I think that's the one thing that kind of rings true with OCE. Every Open, anything is possible. Is now looking for a shot, puts it on net. Luna with the save for it.
Didn't know that anything was possible until finally Scrimswell got the win. Now maybe there's a possibility for OCE as Fade finally gets the first goal for the team.
That's it, 1 on the board for OCE. Not too much to panic just yet. Still 4 minutes on the clock for Scrimswell to bring it back if they can. Another kickoff here, Prompt and Lax, and the ball goes back to Luna on the wall though with no boost. Turns it around.
He missed that back boost for some reason.
To keep possession perhaps, but ball's gone down to Luna. Goes a little bit high on the shot there. Caleb up, no boost in the tank, manages to center it, but Laxon not ready for the shot.
Tempting play, tempting reads here from Scrims. They have a lot of mechanics in the back pocket, looking to use it early on. Jez goes for the flip reset. Didn't quite have the boost to get the power high, and there's FaZe first to the ball. Caleb in an awkward position. FaZe does get the angle, but Caleb stays in the air behind the ball, manages to make a brilliant save. Jez almost with the double off the roof. Still pressure on, but FaZe goes soaring past.
That would have been a beautiful double. The angle was almost straight down, but the save was there nonetheless. Jez now blocked by Laxon. Prompt though manages to take the ball off his hands. A little bit of boost in the tank. Gets 50 by Luna. Ball's going back down the other end now. FaZe manages to pick up the full boost in the corner. Going to take this one slow. Try and get it over Laxon. Gets 50 now for a shot from Luna. Puts Scrimsworld on the board.
It's as simple as it gets for Luna. I think Big Jez was not expecting this challenge. Or sorry, Prompt was not expecting the challenge from Luna. Big Jez was hanging out forward for the pass. And Luna just outpacing the defense.
Back to square one. We have a tie on the scoreboard. Both teams taking their time at the moment. Luna with full boost in the corner does get 55 FaZe, but still manages to keep possession, take it downfield. Maybe a shot now. Nice little block in the midfield though. Big Jez with a lot of boost on the wall, trying to get it past one, gets it past two. Can he get it past the third? No, Laxon with the save on the crossbar.
Another attempt here from Prompt, looking for that second goal and got the bump in front. Pressure coming out from OCE. You see the difference between Scrims and Oi Oi, the way they're trying to do it. It's Fades and Prompt. Prompt with the pre-jump. Ends up pulling out. Pass down. Luna beats out the last defender. It's on target, and Luna says, "That's mine."
1-2-1 back to Luna. A nice little pass there. Caleb putting it back on net. Luna just finishing that off to make sure Fades can't get to it in time. Scrims will lead in this second game.
Yeah, normally I'd make fun of somebody for stealing that goal the way it is, but I'll be honest, Luna set up that goal from the very beginning. The double touch was absolutely next level, and deserved to get that one in the goal column. Maybe a chance. It was actually an own goal almost from Luna as he goes dashing back. They are in the lead here, so it could have been a tied up game if they made that mistake.
In Luna securing the goal before Yummy, I feel like if he hadn't gone for that, there was a chance that Fades was making it back for the save anyway. So I kind of agree. As much as sometimes you just gotta let it be, sometimes you gotta just make sure that one is going in the net. That's exactly what he was able to do.
Another opportunity here for Scrims to really just nail this game, get themselves off to a great start. But speaking of Fades, it's been the real step up here for Oi Oi. Oh, it's dangerous. Everybody, 5 players getting a touch on that in front of net. Luna making another save, being crucial. Fades has to get the second touch. Oh my God, Caleb gets behind that, and another save from Caleb. Laxon was involved as well, but I cannot fathom how Caleb managed to recover in time for that.
Oh, this is the Scrims one we need to see, Yummy, if they want to be in contention for Birmingham. But honestly, it feels like Oi is not doing too much wrong right now. They just cannot get the ball past that Scrims world defense. I spoke too soon. Prompt with another one on the board ties up this game.
All that effort, all the saves from Caleb for them to leave the net wide open after, even though they're on a 2-1 lead. Well, that's going to tie it up once again. Prompt getting involved in the goal, and that means that Oi Oi still well and truly in the series when it looked like they may have been out early on. Fades looking to get that go-ahead goal as well in regulation time, maybe even skip that overtime step.
It's not over just yet, that's for sure. Fades
go.
with a centered ball. Can they make it back in time? Laxon just does. Luna takes it to the wall as well. 0 boost in the tank though. Prompt going for something off the backboard. Can't get there in time. Fades with a little one off the roof. Can Prompt get the shot? No, Jalen's there for the save again.
So much pressure coming out from Oi Oi, but they could overcommit here as Big Jez has no boost, but he does get just enough of a touch. Overtime in game 2.
Interestingly enough, last series, the Prodigy Power game ended up going to OT in game 7 despite much of the entire series being quite a pendulum swing. So it's interesting to go from that to this game where we're OT in game 2, 2-all apiece for the teams at the moment. I think it's looking like it could be another game 7. It's pretty tight. Oyo started to bring it back a lot more than they did the first game.
Laxon just trying to get this one out. Scrims World been stuck in the middle for a while, but didn't get really pressured on the defense whatsoever. Pass up to Luna, who has no boost, so Prompt will be the first on the ball. He's trying to put some pressure. A lot of close to overcommit plays coming out from Scrims. I think they're just a little bit out of sorts because they're not quite sure on how much boost each other have got at any point in time. The player behind them causes them to just kind of stay a little bit longer than they're welcome. See if the boost management does come through as Laxon takes out Luna, seeing maybe that he has low boost. Big Jez gets 50'd by Laxon, an extra touch. He's gone all the way now, back into centre. Oh, Caleb goes to the dunk, but it's 50 by Prompt.
Prompt taking it across the face of the net there was almost looking a little bit dangerous. Oyo's defense looking a little bit dicey right now. Luna putting on the pressure. Scrimsworld making sure they keep it in Oyo's half of the field. Fade manages to get it over though. Can Prompt go for a shot here? Full boost in the tank. Takes it up. Can he get past Laxon? No, not quite.
Still Laxon playing a lot out of the defense, trying to get it to the other end. He's got one over to Caleb. The bump comes through. I don't know if it made a difference. but Caleb scores off Laxon outplaying 2.
That's it. Straight into the net. Nice clean shot. Scrimsworld now up by 2 in this series. The pressure is on Oyo right now to do something to bring this series back.
Luna having a fantastic performance, but your man Laxon at the very end having a great overtime, setting up that final goal at the same time. And I don't know, what can Oi do here?
It's tricky, Yummy. Like I said before, when that like 10-second span where there were so many shots out of Oi and Scrimsworld just on the back line, all the pressure on them to make the saves, and it's really tricky for Oyo. And I think it's really tricky for a roster like Oyo where you've got a couple of young guns in Fades and Prompt who maybe don't quite have that consistency yet. They've got the mech, all the mech that they need, and they have been playing a little bit safer, I guess we've seen in this split, but I don't know if they've really developed the consistency with that playstyle yet. They've got really good field presence, but just not utilising it to their best ability right now.
Well, we head towards game number 3. Figure out maybe if Oi have something else in their pocket. Definitely could just see maybe somebody like Big Jez going for a more aggressive style like he has in the last season, where he was probably looking at his best early on in this season as well. He's taken a bit more of a step back with Fades moving up. So see how this game goes. Oi find themselves 2-0 down. Obviously they're not in contention for the major, but they want to at least show that they can be competing at the top and keep themselves alive for Worlds.
Oh, absolutely. And, any team would want to be the team that takes down last Opens champions, that's for sure. So they're wanting to play upset right now. We know that with Scrimsworld, this just feels like it means a little bit more to them. And obviously, there's Birmingham on the line for them right now, so they're playing like they mean it.
I think that maybe some of the nerves would come in, but we haven't seen it just yet. Caleb is beating out one last defender as Big Jez goes to the pass over to Prompt. The defense still holds here for Scrim, but it does get tight as Fades goes for the flip reset, the solo play looking for the bump. There's still so much possession here in the hands of Oi if they can just keep it. They can't right there as Caleb pass into Laxon. Prompt goes to save a double commit out of defense again. Oi looking a little troubled when they're in their own end.
That's for sure. Even in offense, I feel like maybe those solo plays are something we're needing to see a little bit more out of them, whether it is Big Jez or Prompt. Obviously, all three of them are absolutely capable of, these star solo plays that we've seen them do in the past. We just haven't seen that from them here today.
Love that from Caleb. Simple flick reset, but holds on to it in order to draw somebody in. And that's been a really important part of Scrimsworld's game plan, is just been reeling somebody into a challenge, not just throwing the ball away because you think that's the best play for you, but actually considering what the opponents are about to do at the same point in time off the ball. Caleb does have the passes available, but he knows that he can just go for the straight shot. Puts a bit of pressure on with that one, and now the defense in all sorts for Oi. Caleb goes up. Luna has a pre-flip, the pre-jump pass, but backs away again. Don't want to cause too many risks at the same time.
Definitely some very smart, calculated play out of this Scrimsworld roster. A fake though. The ball's almost gone in there. That was looking a little bit dicey indeed. Prompt looking for the pass to Big Jez. No boost in the tank. Can't quite get there in time. Seeing the ball.
Getting a little deja vu there, but fortunately it didn't go in. This might. Okay. Well, looked like Prompt there decides to go play for the other team.
Yeah, Fades in the wrong place at the wrong time as well on that crossbar. And shot goes in though from Big Jez. Always looked like that one was going wide. Hits the corner straight into net.
Made up for it. Big Jez coming through, and it doesn't get much of a better placement than that. Off the post it in. Just beautiful. And that puts Oi in the lead. Laxon with the kickoff strategy. Has he got the flip reset? He does, but can't find the power.
Almost with the fake kickoff strat. That was for sure. Big Jez with the ball go. Gets the reset past one. Can't get it past Laxon. Looking for the pass off the backboard. Prompt though there to connect with the ball. Dashing off the wall. Big Jez with the pass straight down to Prompt. What a team play. Oi are looking a lot better this game.
Oh, speaking about the teamwork coming out from Scrims World in the last event. That's great team play and both running up the line together from Oi. I gotta say, Big Jez and Prompt, they've got scores across the board. Fades sitting there on just a lonely 90 points. Oh no, the kickoff strategies have come out again. That's been a strong point of Scrims' game plan.
Works this time. Luna with the wave dash, 0 boost into the flick, past defense, manages to put Scrims World back in contention for this game. 2-1 lead to Oi. A minute 50 still left on the clock. Plenty can happen.
Another kickoff strategy attempted there. This time Prompt getting a little collection of the ball. Bit of donation from the opposition as Luna gets the 50 through down to Caleb. Extra goal here to tie it up or to secure it for Oi as that one goes off everyone. Another one goes high. Ball flying left, right and centre and yet not into the net like Scrims would want.
My, oh my, how many close calls are we going to have before the ball goes in? Scrims World though, at the moment, a lot of really good 50s coming out, and honestly, out of both teams at the moment, been some really good midfield plays. The 50s have been keeping possession for whichever team goes for it. Caleb in the corner now, manages to get it off the roof, but no one there for it.
Luna thought he was going for the pass into middle, straight in front of the net, but I feel like that's never the right play. It's always going to be too defendable in that position. So Luna creeping up on that one. That was a golden opportunity. Ooh. Instead, it's a pinch the other way. Big Jez gets his second, and that's a 2-goal lead for Oi.
I don't think anybody was expecting the pinch here. Luna, no boost, cannot make it back to that save. Oi now 3-1 up. The pressure has been reversed. It is on Scrims World here to stay alive. They're still up in the series, but they want to take this game and make it 3-0.
That's a kickoff strat. The double fake coming out from Scrims. Would have expected one of them to go for it, given that they're 2 goals down. End up slowing themselves so much down off the kickoff. Here's got to be the opportunity. Will there be the bump? Oh my goodness, I can't believe Prompt avoided that.
Back down the other way as well. Oi is looking so much better. I don't know what it is, Yummy. It's the mind games. They're getting in Scrims World's heads right now. The third man's pushing up way too far. Caleb there, just a little bit high in the midfield. You know, you're down by 2 goals. You have to do it. But Oi running away with this win.
Love to see it. And love to see a chance for Oi to take down the reigning OCE champions here in the lower bracket. Being said, of course, if you're a Scrims World fan, you want to be seeing them off to the major. Maybe some drama later on in the bracket if they can go through. This one on target, just landing in the goal.
So about to say one more goal for the board. I feel like that ball was like 99% in, but nonetheless wouldn't have made a difference to the result. Oi 4-1 in this game, looking a lot more dominant right now, and Scrims World would be absolutely feeling this fire.
Yeah, I don't know what Scrims World would be thinking after this one. They felt so in control in the first 2 games, and then all of a sudden it spiraled off the back of some absolute cannons from Big Jez, known as Big Jez for a reason, and that not just because he named himself that on Steam, but also because he's had some huge shots coming through.
That's right. 3 goals on the board for Big Jez. 3 out of 5 shots, 2 saves and assists as well. Definitely a great performance from him. Prompt and Fades also keeping in this game. Fades, I think, still a little bit quiet. Oi able to take that win, but I feel like a little bit more presence from Fades will secure them a couple more games perhaps.
I think it's been an obvious choice because in the first couple of games, Fades was that player kind of being hard first man, Big Jez hanging further back. But, you know, it worked with Big Jez being the aggressive player to being kind of first, second man very consistently. And you just see his striking from Big Jez, knowing when to just try and hit that net. It was beautiful in that game. Fades and Big Jez also combining for the pinch. So I think they should just stick to what they're already doing. I don't think they need Fades to get too much more involved if they want to keep that winning strategy.
Oh, I think you've made a good point there. That is definitely fair enough. Big Jez has been hitting those shots. A very seasoned player, very great player in OCE. Oh god, I was trying to focus then on the shot and I just couldn't even form words for this one. Oi, pushing up a little bit too far, just cannot get back to that save.
And Big Jez not recognizing the possibility that would get turned around because he was kind of hanging out of that boost, really flat-footed, and that's why he was so late back and so easy to get the air dribble bump on. But in the end, smart from Scrims to very quickly turn that around. Sometimes in that situation in defense, you can lose your cool a little bit and you can just rush to get that over to the side into a safe position rather than recognizing the goal.
Scrims World wanting to break that momentum that Oi had, wanting to bring down their morale a little bit, and they definitely have started this game off well. You know, it sometimes gives me the impression that teams, they just take their foot off the gas a little bit too much. Perhaps Scrims World was just feeling a little bit too comfortable, too up in the series. And, you know, both games are pretty good wins, and they were just thinking that it was going to be easy going forward. Oi, though, had them last match, but they don't have them this match. Scrims World up by 2.
It's just it's the exact same situation as the last goal. They're really pushing forward. Oi throw everything, and their third man is not recognizing the fact that their two teammates could get beaten. They're pushing up way too hard as that third man. And Scrims World, well, you cannot give them an inch because they'll take a mile.
Absolutely, we're seeing that in their gameplay at the moment. They are putting the pressure on tenfold. Laxon with a nice 50 in the corner there, manages to keep possession. Caleb now on the ball, gets bumped though. Big Jez taking it upfield, no boost in the tank, manages to use his flip though, prompts challenging someone in the corner. The ball has gone loose. We're going to go back down the other way.
Hey guys, in chat, we all appreciate you as well. You're the best chatters in the world, and this is the best region in the world. And Caleb right now is the best player in the world. He's got his hat trick, ladies and gentlemen.
Hat trick already. I hadn't even realized all 3 goals this game are Caleb's goals. That's wild. Hat trick this early on in the game. That's impressive.
The train has left the station, heading out to Wagga Wagga, and Caleb looking like the express ticket, maybe to Birmingham at this point in time. If he keeps playing like this, with Laxon as well having his impressive performances and Luna showing the consistency across the entire split so far. Reminder to you, ladies and gentlemen, this was almost a meme team for a lot of us watching this one, of Luna, who retired from the entire game. Laxon, who's never really been able to break out into that big goal. Caleb, who's always just been, kind of searching for that next step. He managed to win one. Big Jez here gets a little fight back as another old dog maybe learning new tricks.
I mean, to be fair, Yummy, how many players in OCE have retired and come back swinging? Luna, absolutely, it's one of those players.
How many players have retired and won an event? I think that was a first.
True. Okay, good point. I think there's been a lot of players that have attempted. That's for sure.
Look, we've had Scarf come back 5 times. I don't know if he ever actually retired. Kenny Salmon, he had a few extra runs at it, but usually the people who retire, quote unquote, at least on social media, they come back and they still have fun for the game, but the big difference is they're not screaming hard. They're not putting in that extra mile to try and absolutely become the very best.
Yeah, okay, I can see that. I think one player that came to mind, funny enough, was Finn. I believe Finn retired, didn't he? And then came
Finn
back
retired
immediately next split. and, you know, did some damage. A good player. I can't speak to scrims and whatnot. I don't know how often the teams were scrimming, but still a solid player, and I think quite a trend we see in OCE.
That being said, Ground Zero currently not even top 8 on points. So maybe he took his retirement quite well, I'll say. Really, truly is relaxing.
Relaxing a little bit, no pressure.
But I think you look at other regions as well. You know, you Garrett G and Squishy Muffins. They've retired. Squishy Muffins has retired for quite a while now, and they still managed to take down Shopify Rebellion. Obviously, not a great team, not a team that you'd want to be casting their team streams or anything, but a good team. But there's that less pressure on when you have retired. You get to have a little bit more fun. I don't know if that's truly the case here with Laxon. Regional champion. Sorry, with Luna. A regional champion after retiring. No, Laxon did take a long break as well. I don't know if he necessarily retired. There was nothing official, but the breaks and a break in the play here. As Spades gets it back to a 2-goal game, so maybe a possibility here for Oi.
I think the Scrims World roster, there's definitely pressure back on retirement or no retirement. They are taking this seriously, that's for sure. They want to lock in their spot to Birmingham, and they're almost there. Oi managing to wiggle their way back in a little bit for this game, but Scrims World just have to hold strong with a minute left.
It's going to be Caleb getting gifted an opening because of the demo. There's not going to slow down even though they're 2 goals in the lead. The kickoff strategies come out, some aggressive demo plays, and Big Jez did what he could, but it wasn't enough.
You see the cogs turning in Caleb's head just then, almost drove forward into that one. Would have been a wild save. Maybe what was going for the steal, but nonetheless halted the brakes there to let that one go in. Scrimswell looking like they're going to run away with this game.
Maybe we can see if Luna can also get his hat-trick and have 2 hat-tricks in one game. Your boy Laxon, maybe not quite living up to our boys Luna and Caleb.
I don't know when he became my boy Laxon.
At the beginning of the series when you said that he was the MVP of the last event.
I stand by my word there, but definitely not this one. Definitely.
It's alright. CJ's made multiple. Pretty much half the people on this pitch are my boy at this point. Misty's my boy. Luna's my boy. At some point, I've been told that I'm way too biased towards Caleb because I said that he was playing well one time.
Oh, you do pick your favourites sometimes, Joey. I feel like one of the first casts I had with you, it was, Misty, my boy. I was like, okay.
Yeah, well, the CJ started that, so I had to continue it. It's just become a thing. And you know what? Big Jez, for those at home who don't know who we're referring to when we mean either Big Jez because they know Misty or Misty because they only know Big Jez. But Big Jez, a.k.a. Misty, has been the top performer here for Oi in this series. They are going to take a timeout here and see if they can turn it around. But once again, Morgie, why are they waiting until it's match point against them? It's too late.
I feel like we're too competitive in OCE. I mean, we've got that mindset of, we'll just bring it back next game. I wasn't locked in last game. Next game, we'll be fine. And then it's a little too late sometimes to call these timeouts. But we've seen the timeout buffs work. I mean, I feel like it was quite a strategy for Scrims World last Open, so maybe it will be for Oi here. Maybe they'll be able to bring back that Game 3 performance, but we'll see.
Just going to point out as well, Luna with back-to-back MVPs. Just saying. Just saying. You got to bow down to the king at some point, Morgie. That's all. You might be the queen, but Luna's the king of OCE.
They are all playing well, that's for sure. I mean, yeah, fair enough. Luna is giving quite the dominant performance right now, but I think this roster overall, very solid, very well formed, very well rounded as well. They're looking for each other. They're slowing down the ball where needed. They're not always going for solos. There's a mix of solos and team plays. They just know how to read this field.
Yeah, and I think you're right in that they complement each other, that trio, and they all bring very different play styles. But it gives them almost a very defined role in the way that Luna likes to play a kind of more safe game plan, very support heavy. Caleb, is going to take a lot of 1v1 value. Laxton's going to try and go for big outplays. And so they know what each other are going to do. They're so well defined. It kind of reminds me of your wild card of last year. We had Banana Head, defined role of always going for the ball. Fever being very third man, but also very safe player, and then Torsos with a lot of aerial play. And you just kind of have an innate understanding of what each other are going to do without the communication needed, which makes execution that much simpler. So, working out for scrims, timeout is over. What has OI figured out in the last 90 seconds?
Hopefully they've figured out some kind of game plan to approach Scrimsworld here, because it's looking like it may not go their way if Scrimsworld keep the pressure up like this. Laxton with the 50 gets it past not one but two defenders in net. Scrimsworld up early in this game.
Well, if their game plan was to doodle the ball around the net for a little bit and wait for an opening for Scrimsworld to hit it in, then they've aced that game plan perfectly. Not sure who the coach is for OI, but probably needs to go back to the whiteboard on that place they have plan.
Definitely needs to tell them to get a little bit more aggressive, not just wait on their back line like you said. Panzer?
Panzer's the coach.
Bring out that whiteboard. That's for sure.
He's no Adam Baguette, I'll tell you that much.
You attribute a lot of this success to Adam Baguette?
He's French, so he has to be. It has to be down to him. That's why Scrimsworld are doing so well. The coach of Scrimsworld being Adam Baguette, getting maybe the first overseas coach win in OCE, and Laxton gets goal number 2. Your boy getting the seconds.
On the board now, that's for sure. Maybe this game will be the MVP performance, we'll see. But Yummy, speaking of coaches, we know how much of a difference coaches can make. Looking at the wildcard roster or the old power roster, having Jimmer as a coach, they were dominant for so long. And I'd put a lot of that down to Jimmer. When you've got a good coach hired for a team, they make such a difference.
I'd say it's weird because both ways. I think coaches in general make a tiny difference, but in Rocket League, when everything's so close and your mechanics are so good and the game's so fast, little 1s and 2% here and there, the difference between winning a game and losing one, you've experienced it all the time. 1 goal difference is all it takes for you to obviously win an entire game and an entire series. So it is those little things that a coach can pick up, mental attitudes as well that you can have throughout a series. Somebody just keep the ship steady throughout. There's a chance here for Prompt. He finds the goal, brings it back to 1. So OI finally settling in.
A little bit of direction as well, I would say, and pick up on things that you're so focused when you're in the game. You're not reading other mistakes that the other team are making. You're not really noting down those things as much as a coach can. You're not calling timeouts when you should, as a coach can let you know. So you're right, just those little 1%ers can make a big difference.
I was just trying to figure out what chat was saying about the audio, but whoa, I guess we don't have to worry about that as Prompt gets the second goal. A tied up game after what felt like convincing victory was on the cards for Scrimsworld.
I saw audio as well, and I was like, "Is that me? Have I done something wrong? Is it just me and Formal? Is that like our curse, our mics, our audio just never quite on point?" I know Formal's fixed his.
Well, there's a reason that Formal's not here. We kind of decided enough's enough.
Hey, he got
How
the
can
new
you be
mic
a commentator
last week,
without audio? You know.
Formal sounded crisp last week. You got the new mic and everything was set up, so that's doing well with his mic situation.
To be fair, I think chat at some points you guys would be happy if we both just muted and just had a good old time.
Honestly, just let us know. Honestly, it can be organised. Big Jez with a shot. Defense pushed upfield. No third man inside, and Oroy now with a chance here.
3-2 lead after being 2-0 down. Don't know what they did. The timeout. It's been enough at least to get themselves that timeout buff. Caleb wants to tie it up. 2 minutes remaining here for scrims. Laxon just trying to keep it forward, keep it out of the hands. The Oi members. Not give them any passing opportunities out of defense just yet.
Couple of bump attempts, but everything going a little astray at the moment. A shot from Laxon. Big Jez on the back line though. Manages to get the save. Luna gonna keep this one for himself. Can't hold possession. Nice little doink downfield from Big Jez as well. He's gonna put the pressure on. Go for the pass down, but Prompt turned away.
I guess they were seeing the ghost of their past where as third man they were overcommitting. But that time Prompt had the opportunity to be in a passing position. Gives up a golden chance for them to get that 2-goal lead. But at least they haven't been conceded on. They've still got that 1-goal lead for now. Laxon was in the position for that pass and almost finds the angle after picking up boost. Even still, a minute remaining. Bit of pressure here as Scrimswell go for a double pass play. Still not going to work out just yet.
Oh, it was a bit of a tricky decision for Prompt to make, Yummy, and I can see why he chose to play a little bit more passive. You know, you're on series point potentially, but you're 1 goal up. You want to hang on to it. Caleb now looking for a shot, gets blocked by Big Jez. Luna's going to try and keep possession. Laxon now with the ball, tries to go for the reset, but gets blocked.
Looks like we've been muted. Sorry, guys. Bit of gameplay here at the last 20 seconds. Brilliance here from Caleb. We always know that he does the best out of a little bit of silence. Look at that. The 3-man play. The pressure's on. The aggression coming out from Scrims. They tie it up with just 17 seconds remaining.
I'm confused, Yummy. I thought you were saying we were muted right then, and I was like, oh, I may as well save my breath and just left it for you. But
we weren't actually muted, but there was a poll in Twitch chat that successfully passed for us to be muted. I thought that was great.
Oh, fair enough. No, fair enough. I wouldn't want to listen to us yapping either. That's a fair punch.
No. It's a good thing they can't sue us for the bleeding ears. They managed to go to overtime here. Scrimswell on match point with the next goal. Oi looking to stay alive. Another kickoff strategy coming out. This time it goes right in front of the net. Prompt with another shot. Oh, just deflected away from Caleb.
Almost able to secure this game right then, right there, but nonetheless, we have gone back down the other end. The ball is in Caleb's hands. Can he get it past Big Jez? No. Laxon just waiting at that midfield, breathing in the full tank and boost, manages to fake it under one, gets the pass, gets the demo. Caleb with the goal here for Scrimswell, and that's GG's, Yummy.
A strong victory there for Scrims, a 4-1, but it was a great fight back at the end by Oi. Fortunately, Caleb having a really good series. Sort of point out, Big Jez ended up with good games. Good luck. What a tough and close series. Always love a bit of post-game banter from Big Jez. And Caleb coming out there with the MVP. Brilliant performance across the board from him. And I think we've got a poll that says CJ has to be muted for the rest of the stream. What do you think about that, Morgie?
CJ wasn't even here when the poll went up. This chat, these guys are brutal.
It's a good day, though. A good day. Now, CJ, don't say anything if you think that Shopify Rebellion are the worst org and team in North America. Yeah, that's what I thought. Absolute disastrous team. Is Justin the GOAT? Say anything if he is. Yeah, okay. I thought not. And obviously your favourite players who are in North America right now, Garrett G, Squishy Muffins. He loves them. He loves them. Anyway, Morgie, great series. You think that Scrimsworld, off the back of that performance, can go the entire way?
Ask me at the end of the day. Ask me. No, it's tricky to say. I think off the back of that performance, I want to say that they could make it through to the finals again. They've proven that they can. They were the first team to take down Wildcard. That is huge. I think when we see how the other teams are playing, I'll definitely have my mind made up by the end of the day.
All right. And CJ, if you want to go to a break and watch the upper bracket finals, just don't say anything. We head to the upper bracket. CJ's mic has been turned back on.
Yay.
That means he's back in the seat. The back of the caster's seat, ready for the upper bracket, right?
Can't believe that I got voted out to be muted during a series that I wasn't even on. I'm just sitting there in the chat getting told to not talk, and I wasn't even talking. So that's tough, but I'm glad to be back. And Morgie, I'm looking forward to the upper bracket. We got the big dogs up here.
That's it. Glad to have you back. Not going to lie, I was not looking forward to the prospect of having to solo cast, so thank you for coming back.
I thought you meant just be with Yummy for the rest
Yeah,
of the
I was thinking the same thing. I was about to be proud of you for a second there, and then you didn't take the opportunity for the stab.
For that, do you see me as the type of person to take a lot of stabs?
You did it. I remember there was a time in the first event of the Birmingham Open that you took a jab at someone, and I was very proud at that point in time.
I think when you were off, when you weren't here, that's when I feel like it's safe to take a jab. But when you're here with me,
the old behind the back, yeah.
Yeah, to be fair, whenever I've been in Twitch chat watching you cast, man, that's where all the harsh words
say
go.
then, yeah.
Wow, it's incredible.
Whenever I say something yummy, even when you're in chat, you come back swinging tenfold. So I've learnt my lesson.
He does.
I've learnt my lesson. I don't take stabs anymore, that's for sure. But no, looking forward to this game. Looking forward to seeing. I don't think I've actually had the chance. I don't think to cast a Chiefs game yet. They're one of my favorite teams. I think they're a really solid team. So looking forward to casting this one and not just watching.
And we have them up against a bit of a surprise packet in two-man who took down Prodigy in the double elimination bracket. We're in the position, of course, where we would have expected Scrimswell to be in. So that's how they got through here into the upper bracket. That's our negative Antonio, a team we've seen before.
Yeah, what an opportunity for Chiefs to just get a win on the board, secure their top four. What?
You just come out swinging, right?
I mean, it's when you look we're obviously all eyes are on the top four at the moment, and I mean they're playing a team that's not a top four team. You know, you'd expect maybe if it was an upset, you'd see, I guess, a power here or something like that. But, you know, we get two-man. Credit to them, firstly. Well, I did not really firstly, because firstly I just dunked on them.
Firstly, can it be worse than a 4-0? Could it be a 4 to -1?
I think it's a 4-0. I think it should be. If they want to make the major, surely, Yummy.
Yeah, if they want to make the wager, Chiefs have to do that. I think obviously we've seen some great moments from Chiefs. We've seen some terrible moments from Raziers. And so we'll see how they can kind of pack it up in this third event, whether they've developed enough to be major worthy.
No, I tend to agree with the 4-0. And it's not just looking at these two teams on paper. It's the fact that Chiefs took down Wildcard yesterday in groups. They 3-0'd Wildcard. So I think that they're playing at their peak right now. Obviously, they're keeping that momentum going through this weekend. They're hungry. They want Birmingham. They're not going to let two wins stop them.
Well, Birmingham on the line for Chiefs. Pride on the line, and of course, money on the line the other end. Let's get into it. Healthy Chiefs versus two-man.
Let's get into it indeed. And Chiefs, as you said, Morky, have been on, I guess you could say, the uptrend, and naturally with a team that I guess was a bit of a late acquisition of Raziers. There was a few late moves and they were scrambling. They were trying to find somebody. Raziers pops down. They didn't have as long of an off-season or pre-season, I guess you could say. So you'd hope that by event 3, they're ready to go.
Yeah, definitely. Raziers also, being an international transfer, had to kind of learn the little nuances, the little things that make OCE. You know, every region varies a little bit from one another, so having to adapt to the region, maybe adapt to, you know, a region with less population, less consistency amongst teams as well, because we've got a smaller population. But I feel like by this point he has learned.
Yeah, you could nearly argue, I think myself and Yami were talking about in the first series, you could nearly argue that he's become more OCE than most OCE players. I mean, we've seen him miss a few touches, 5 or almost with a reset double would have been a highlighter starter, but he's whiffed a couple. I think he got stuck on the post as well in event 1. He's had some very funny plays, a few own goals as well, so I think it's contagious.
I think that does sound kind of contagious, and honestly, typical OCE sounds like he is fitting in well. Fiber in this back corner now with full boost in the tank. We know how much damage Fiber can do with full boost, but nonetheless does lose the ball just there. Sauer looking for a center, gets it across to negative. Raziers just able to make that save though before Tonio sinks it.
And if you are, I guess, an OCE purist, you will, I'd say you'd be rooting against Chiefs, because there's an interesting stat that we are the only region, Morgie, where Europe has not won. They have taken over every other region and won at least their regional. When you go around the grounds, even obviously South America, you've got the likes of, I guess, the Spanish, you got your CRRs, things like that. But obviously APAC, SSA has been overrun. NA has been overrun with every other region. And now even MENA with Rise getting a win. So it's just us left. But they want to change that. I don't know how that's not gone in. Speaking of the import, off the bar and out.
Speaking of OCE plays, Brazil is definitely pitching in well with a shot like that, off the crossbar, down and out. Manages to redeem himself though with a reset, puts a goal on the board.
He's the perfect OCE player. He misses the easy ones and he scores the tough ones. A reset over 2 to get the first goal from Chiefs. A deserved first goal. They've had a lot of chances. Fiber nearly clipping at the start of that game, but they've opened it up 2 minutes in.
It's only a matter of time before Fiber does clip, though. I feel like one of those players in OCE, highly mechanical, manages to pull off some extraordinary shots in the pressure of a 3v3 situation, in the pressure of a tournament on the line, still manages to keep his cool. So looking forward to seeing what plays he creates this game. This match.
You mentioned as well the Chiefs with a nice 3-0 over Wildcard. You know, I guess the Wildcard fans would say it was just a seeding match, but it does mean they avoid a TSM in this upper bracket, and they certainly get a better first matchup. So I wouldn't say that Wildcard were necessarily not trying in that one. I think Chiefs just really took it to them, and it was a well-fought 3-0. Certainly, as you said, they're looking like they've improved, and perhaps they needed those first 2 events to get that chemistry going.
Definitely. And I think with Wildcard, it's maybe there's a slight factor of, you know, the pressure of going undefeated for so long. Scrims World opened the floodgates last open. It has taken that pressure off them a little bit. Maybe there's a little bit of relief in not having to upkeep that title for too much longer, but 2-man now have managed to hit back and put a goal on the board. We've tied things up.
What a shot from Sarah out of nowhere, off the corner of the ceiling into a double that Chiefs just didn't respect at all. Found a sneaky first goal on the board. They have still had 6 shots, so it has been even shots-wise, 6 apiece. But 2-man might be able to steal this, as I guess they have caught out the entirety of that Group B as well yesterday, which is why they're here. Here's a nice chance, though. Sour with the drop-down Fiber. A little bit crept, but he's caught it nicely. Can get one more touch. 2-man, this has been a really nice first game from them. Wasn't expecting this.
Definitely a lot more controlled than I would have expected out of them, you know, coming up against the Chiefs. You know, they are 2-man are the underdog in this match. I feel like we're not the only ones to predict the Chief. You and I so confident that we're going to call this series a 4-0, but 2-man looking really controlled, looking really calculated, managing to counter the Chiefs really well and put the pressure on them defensively.
Yeah, I think any team sort of with negative in it, particular, he's much of a dribbler. He likes to keep it close. So you mentioned the control play. Perhaps they've really adopted that in this lineup, but they have found their one opportunity. They struck well, but he's missed this one. Soura's up. He has to make the touch. Raziers did not respect him at all. Perhaps that's the learning about OCE coming out there. He just thought, I reckon he's missing this. Fiber with the shot. That's wide off the crossbar, which has been the 4th defender so far for 2-man, but they've worked their way out.
But the ball, I was going to say, is back in the hands of Raziers. Tonio rushing that one. No respect the other way either. Tonio now putting the pressure on offense. Gets the 50 on Raziers. It doesn't go into net. It goes a little bit wide. Sour unable to score either. Hunter, no boost. Looking for a pass into center. Gets one to Raziers. Can't get the double though. Pressure's back on 2-man to keep control.
Yeah, lacking the killer instinct for now. There's a double reset from Hunter. They've got the mech, but just saw before Fiber sitting so deep 3rd man, and he's won the 50, but it's straight to negative with 100 boost. A nice demo. It's got to be Hunter last. They could steal this 2-man. Off the bar, shot on, double save, double commit. I think Chiefs want the ground, or do they? That's a 50 nearly on net. There's no boost. Negative's not getting that. Tonio with the 0 boost save. Fiber trying to keep it in, but we do get overtime. I thought Chiefs were in trouble, and then they almost pinched it as well.
Both teams almost securing a goal before OT just then. Both teams on the other bay, I guess, making sure defense holds strong. to take this one into OT. I did not expect an OT, especially in game 1, CJ. Two-man are looking pretty good.
I think they're playing a bit safe at the moment, Chiefs. If you watched their series yesterday when they're playing wild card, they're just so aggressive. They're looking for the bumps, looking for the air dribble into the demo. Right now they're not finding it, but that could be open. Sauer's back in time. I think Chiefs just have to take a little bit more risk to secure this. Otherwise, they're really letting two-man back in. Like right here, drop down, no. Almost pitched down the other end into the net. Is anyone back? It's probably the worst possible bounce for both sides. And he's down the right end for the Chiefs.
It's interesting looking at some of the seeding for this event, CJ, because the win Chiefs had against Wildcard yesterday put them into this match, and it's put Wildcard up against TSM, which, you know, arguably for the Chiefs, this is the game that they wanted to be in. They would have seen this roster and gone, okay, we want to play this tomorrow instead of playing TSM. But realistically, in the 3 series they've come up against TSM this split, Chiefs have won 3 out of 4, I believe. The last one they lost 4-0 in the series, but series-wise they've won 3 out of 4 series against TSM. Two-man right now are definitely putting the pressure on, so you know we'll have to see whether that was the right. Obviously, it is the way it is, but whether that played out the right way.
Yeah, and obviously you've got one side, almost a touch there. You got one side where both teams, TSM and Wildcard, with so much to play for, major on the line, whereas they come up against a team that really doesn't have much at all to play for, and it's almost like you fear the animal that's backed into the corner. These guys have nothing to lose. They can really go for it, and right now they're taking it up to, you know, potential top 2, top 1 team in the region. And it's looking good in this overtime. They found a chance here with the pop. That's not the best from Raziers. Negative loses that 50. Sauer commits. He's pitched it backwards. It should be one. No, Raziers doubled. He's made it hard for himself. It was wide open, Morgie.
It was wide open. He's gone for the double instead and allowed Tonio enough time to position himself for that save. The ball's going to go back down the other end. Negative, but not with enough boost to follow that one. Raziers with a bang upfield. Tonio to get there in time though. A lot of messy play right now. A lot of fumbling from both sides, but you know, this OT, it's going on for a while.
You talk about overcomplicating it. That was it right there from Raziers. Just had a completely open net. And he went for the double touch instead. There's Fiber with the dunk. Raziers up this time. Skims it, gets it on net. Negative ready. Fiber, 100 boost. Where does he want it? Nice first touch. We'll be able to get multiple. Could have a free double. Surely. Where's the follow-up? Where's the killer instinct? Hunter just waits instead. That just gives time for these guys to not only get a save, but grab boost as well. They can work it out. I mean, Chiefs just need to go for the ball. They're trying to get the easy one, and they're making it hard for themselves.
Chiefs are definitely making it hard for themselves, CJ. I've got a stat for you. 18 shots from the Chiefs.
Oh
18
my.
shots. Only 1 goal on the board, but 18 shots. We've seen so many double attempts. We've seen so many balls hitting the crossbar. Hunter will not let this one go out, though. He's going to secure this game for the Chiefs.
Finally, it is Hunt with the double. He gets it. I mean, they felt like they had about 18 double tap chances. But he's nailed that one. You get the first goal with, well, that had to have been 19 shots in the end. They made it tough. It was hard. They've worked certainly hard for 2 goals with 19 on the board, but they get the job done in the first.
19 shots on the board. I feel like that has to be some kind of record for this open in any game, but 19 shots on the board from the Chiefs, as well as 11 shots for two-man. This is quite a high-scoring game. I feel like both teams right now have some really offensive players. You know, there is that control out of two-man. There are the really messy plays and the solo plays out of the Chiefs. A lot of shots, but a lot of great defense to counter.
I think that after that first goal from Sauer, they got, Chiefs are really scared of pushing forward, and they just lost that killer instinct. Like, this game should have been over a long time ago, but every time they got a chance, they'd find a double that'd beat 2 defenders. Their third man was behind the halfway line. They were just so scared of a pinch or a counter-attack goal down the other end, and you can say they got the job done. And someone said in chat, no one saves the 19th shot by the Chiefs, but I still think they should be playing with a bit more aggression. I know that they're the better team and they don't want to just give up an easy goal, but I don't think it's a good warm-up when you're playing this safe.
I feel like we will see them warm into the series a little bit more. It was risky playing passive because that's not this roster's style. All 3 of these players are mechie players. They're great solo players. we've seen, so much capability out of all three of them, but they were playing that passive game. Hoping that maybe being a game up in this series or two, if they can secure it, will allow them to play that a little bit more aggressive, as, we've known them well to do.
Here is Sour with a nice clear. Doesn't get the boost though. Has to be tracking back. Negative finds this one. Sour, actually, that's a great touch. He's found Negative. He's got Tonio as well. He's going to have to go for a bump. He's got no boost. Hunter clearing to the side. Doesn't get the dunk on it. Razier's up. Finds the touch and the follow. You can see all of two-man just backing right out of this one. It's been well read by Sour. They are playing well two-man. They're just not finding that extra touch down the other end. And right now, they're really struggling to keep that pressure on. It feels like they get that one chance and Chiefs are straight out.
Definitely trying to play a little bit careful around the Chiefs' defense. Often second man isn't playing as close as we've seen some of the rosters from two man right now. Playing that wide position isn't giving them as much opportunity to follow up after the solo shot, which is what we can see Chiefs doing really well when they're playing at their peak. Tonio with a save now to put the ball upfield to Sour. The shot's gone too wide though.
They had the window. It was open if you found the shot, but just didn't get that one on target. Razier's down the line. Fiber has found the mid boost. Gonna try and keep it. As Razier's across, it's a beautiful play, but Negative up to the challenge there. And maybe on the counter attack, Tonio, the shooting. Surely this time, Hunter recovers. They're gonna keep it in though, two man. On both sides, they've had chances to score.
Great awareness and defense out of Hunter. I feel like it's something that he's fallen into really well with this roster, playing with the likes of Fiber and Razier's, both very mechie players, all three very mechie players, but that's forced Hunter to sometimes have to play back a little bit further. I think when Hunter was brand new, rookie in the scene, there was a lot of that aggression. There were a lot more solo mechie attempts than we're seeing it out of him now, but I think having that kind of level-headed playing back a little bit further has been really good for him.
You can see Razier's catching the nice reset pass. And there's Tonio want to get in there. He's got no boost. Actually, he's done really well. He's found the 50 and the corner. Up the line now. Trying to keep it in a safe spot. He's two, man. Half the game gone. It's still a Chiefs side that we have as heavy favourites here, struggling to score. And there still seems like there's so many openings where you're thinking, where is that third man? And he's just refusing to get in the play. Speaking of, here is Fiber, but he has been dunked this time. Negative's going to wait on this. Fiber dusting. Sour has to go, but just there's that space. We're expecting your Chiefs to be right on it and just a bit slow.
Not capitalising on as many opportunities. Neither roster really capitalising on those opportunities. It's almost making this game a little bit slower than we would assume. Like I said before, we were so certain that this was going to be a 4-0, but a minute 40 left and 0 goals on the board is not what I would expect.
No, if you looked at the overhead cam of the Chiefs lineup, they are so spread right now. This triangle could not be greater. And that just means they're just not able to create as many chances and capitalise on. They're beating them to the ball more often than not. They're winning grade 50s, they're setting it up, but they want the easy one. They want the easy goal, and to two man's credit, they're not giving them. They're not looking for that or finding that whiff that just completely opens them up. They're still tracking back in time. You can see even there, Tonio with a beautiful pass back, just releasing that pressure and making it as easy as they can on this defense.
It does worry me for the Chiefs a little bit, looking at some of the other teams who are making it through to tomorrow, the likes of Wildcard, TSM, Springs World. If the Chiefs give them this much space, they are absolutely going to capitalise on that. But Chiefs late in this game, Razier's with a block on Negative, manages to get one on the board.
Yeah, there's the easy one that they were looking for. It's Negative with a big mistake. He had boost off the wall. He was better than that. He was worried about the dunk, but he almost flicked the head of the ball and put it in his own net in the end. Still time, though, for two man to get a goal, but you think the Chiefs, just with the way they're playing, will absolutely be looking to just hold on to this one.
Absolutely. It's almost a mind game is being played at the moment. Going so long in a match, you kind of zone out a little bit. Negative maybe wasn't thinking that there was too much danger there and just allowed that one to go in. Sour, though, looking to keep the pressure, manages without boost to get the ball off the backboard. Hunter, though, there to keep that ball in his own possession. Razier's banging it down.
I guess if you want to give credit to this play style, it does remind me a little bit of an NRG when they're ahead. We talk about their boring 1-0s in NA, and they are one of the best teams in the world, and this is the definition of a boring 1-0 from Chiefs right now. They have really not created too much, but they're happy to just play solid rock. A clean sheet is always fantastic, and big difference from last game. 19 shots in game 1. It's 5 shots apiece in game 2. And if this ball goes down, it will be a second win to the Chiefs, unless some magic can happen, which it may still. Tonio's keeping it up. When does he get it across? He's found the flick. Razier's awkward. Hunter jumped. Still a chance for 2 men, perhaps. Razier's, though, good enough to get it down. And a much different, well, I guess you'd say similar game to the first, but even less pressure from the Chiefs this time.
Yeah, similarities and differences being that seemed a lot slower. And I know our first game didn't have a huge score differential, but the amount of shots from both sides, it felt like both rosters were focusing on their offensive plays. They had that second man pushing up. They were still keeping their third back, but there were so many more opportunities to actually shoot on net. In that game, so much less so. And, by the end of the game, Chiefs just parking the bus, like you said, to make sure they could secure this game. It's a lot slower of a series.
I think it's, and we talk about this with NRG and NA, when you are the underdog as well, and that, 2 men obviously will be coming into this feeling like they are the underdog, you can almost think, oh, this is going okay, we're only 1 goal down, but quickly, the time whittles away in the clock and you've gone, oh, well, we've lost, but it was only 1-0, and then they do it again and again and again, and sure enough, they've 4-0'd you before too long, and albeit it wasn't as dominant, they still just able to just edge out these 1-0s, which is all they need to do. And, to their credit, it is a safe play style. But as you mentioned, it's not going to get the job done against a wild card or a TSM. However, we saw yesterday they didn't play like this. They had the full aggression. They were looking for the bump. So they've got a couple of different play styles, which is also impressive to see.
Makes me wonder why they've brought out this play style against a roster like 2 man, though, because the Chiefs would have looked at this roster and thought, okay, we're confident that we're going to take this series. I would have expected them to come out all guns a-blazing, warming up the flip resets, the doubles, the fancy plays, the team plays, the mechy goals, and it just hasn't been that in this series, albeit they've managed to secure the win, and it's good to have that kind of variation in play style that we're seeing. Good for them, but it's not what I would have expected against this roster in particular.
Yeah, I think we've seen, particularly in game 1, we saw some of the mech come out with, Fiber going for a double reset backboard, Hunter's double tat, the air dribble overtime winner. But the difference I'd say is there's no follow-up afterwards. They're kind of thinking, all right, I'll try and clip it. It's going to be a 1v3 because we're not willing to send the house. We're not looking to push up that third man just in case to secure the goal.
Yep.
And that's where they would be, I think, against a wild card. That's when they're all going. They're looking for the demo and they're playing much higher. So, bit of a difference there, but we'll see off the timeout if it can work. And it should be 1-0 and will be. Timeout buff perhaps is on.
The timeout buff never fails, does it? At least it was called early. At least it wasn't called on the cusp of a 3-0. Sorry, it wasn't series point. Good on 2 man for actually calling this one early. They've put a goal on the board, and the pressure is now back on the Chiefs.
See as well, the Chemist 77 just moved to Australia from the UK. Can confirm the broadcast is more fun on this side of the equator. I could not agree more, especially when Yummy Cheese Man is on his break. That's when we do get to have a lot of fun here. I think you'd agree with that as well, Morgie. But here is Razier's over to Hunter, still 1-0. There's a beautiful flick from Hunter, bar down and out though, and not followable either. It was too good.
Yummy's not here. I'll agree. Definitely. That's the only time you'll hear me agree.
No,
actually, I'm gonna start saying it to his face. I've decided.
Yeah, say it to his face. It's way funner when you say it to his face as well, because you get that instant satisfaction of his reaction as well. But 1-0 still off the timeout, seeing if 2 men can get their first win on the board. I don't think Yummy's watching anyway. We can say whatever we want, it's just fantastic. But off the timeout, this is, I was going to say it's better, but Fiber's found an open net. That's nice pace.
The first goal I think we've seen for Fiber this series, which is a little bit surprising this late, but nonetheless, good read. Nice little tap over Sarah as well to make sure you get that one in the net.
That was beautiful. He hit the basketball dribble off the ground and then just dusted last man as well. Little 1v2 from Fibes. And They don't have to panic too much now with so much time on the clock. Here's a reset from Raziers. He hit one in game 1 over 2 this time. Nice save from Negative. Tonio with a 100 boost. Able to find the clearance to Sauer. He does get the shot on net, but Hunter was ready.
Redirect was clean, but defense there to make sure they could get the save. Raziers now with full boost, going to take the ball back down the other end. Dribbling it, gets it past. Sauer gets the bump as well. Fiber going up with the pass. Cannot get it past. Sorry, I was going to say Negative. I'm like reading it like Negative.
Yeah, I don't know about what the name change is all about, but we'll have to ask him when he gets to a final. We can throw an interview his way. Raziers, what a shot though. It's going to be wide. Fiber, free flip, no. Negative keeps it out of trouble. Their defense we have to commend so far too, man. They've had a lot of chances like this where they just get something in it, but Raziers has an open net surely this time. Fiber with his second.
Raziers has come so close on so many shots. I feel like he gets it 99% of the way there this series and just cannot finish it off. But Fiber with the close second man just then manages to tap it in, and Chiefs are now in the lead.
Really nice there from Raziers, able to set up Fibes, who's really online now. I think, as you mentioned, he hadn't scored up until this game, but he's found 2 straight away. Half the game gone. See if 2 men can tie it up once again. Sauer, 100 boost. Tries to control it, but doesn't do any of that. Here is Hunter. Looks for the pinch. Fiber in now. Chiefs, can they build pressure? As you can see, Raziers waiting for a pass, but he's going to use Hunter instead off the sidewall. Scoops up the boost. They're in trouble here, 2 men with Tonio low. They found a way out though.
Tonio looking a little bit awkward as he went up on the wall there, maybe not realising how low in boost he actually was. Fiber taking it to the crossbar, manages to get a nice pass down to Raziers off the roof. Chiefs now up by 3. Chiefs now up 3-1.
Yeah, this is better. This is more comfortable than what we saw before. 1-goal games, overtime victories, and now a 2-goal lead for the first time in this series by the Chiefs. Much better performance from them. They've already put 9 shots up as well. So it feels like now, Morgie, they've got that 2-goal lead. They've released the brakes somewhat. They're starting to hit their straps. There it is again.
Definitely looking a little bit more on form. This is feeling a little more Chiefs-like, that's for sure. Nice little pass from Hunter. Raziers there for the follow-up. Fiber as well as third man all the way upfield. This is what I'm expecting now.
Much better from the Chiefs, and we could be headed to a 4-0 as the timeout buff was successful for, well, the first 20 seconds of this game, and then Chiefs decided to put the foot down. Here is Sauer, throws it across, gets it around Raziers, but on net. Oh, Negative. Careful. Has to get back again. Free flip, no boost. I think he might have been trying to go for a psycho, but nearly own goal.
Wanted to be the third one ever on main broadcast to happen after we didn't get it in Series 1 after that super close call. Wanted to make it happen, but just not quite enough in the tank to do so.
Fiber now. Off the ceiling. Does he want to leave? No, he's going to fake it out for Raziers, who throws it off the wall himself. Hunter beats out one. Is Fiber going to get in? No, he's going to have to wait on Tonio, who just drops the ball off his hood. Probably wasn't the play in the end. Now this man down the other end. Negative just spawns. Has to get across. He reaches, loses control. Pitch from Raziers. Oh, almost found its way in off the defender.
Two-man, it's not looking too good for them right now with so many shots coming out of the Chiefs. Hunter had been a little bit quiet for the last couple of minutes and decided... Raziers. I thought that was Hunter for a second. Hunter touched it right at the end. Raziers
just
coming off the roof.
Absolutely pinched it. Disrespectful from Hunter, but he hadn't got a goal so far this game, so he was feeling a little bit left out, but... I think this is what we're waiting for, Morgie. We're waiting for the blowout, especially with the other series we'd had today that were chaotic with 6-1s and 4-1s and 6-2s and whatnot. This is the game we needed for OCE and perhaps the game they needed for the Chiefs, because not just looking at this series, but looking at getting into tomorrow, they want to be coming in with some sort of form.
Exactly. They want to establish that play style, know how they're going to come up against teams like Wildcard and TSM, everyone else that they have to take out if they want to take out this Open and be our champs and get those points. All those points that mean so much to them to get to Birmingham.
Yeah, it's an interesting bracket as well, because you could say that, you know, this is the, I guess, this is a favourable draw, but also just the way it plays out with TSM and Wildcard, the loser of that game will fall onto Chiefs' side of the bracket. So they will also be playing, Chiefs will have to face either TSM or Wildcard in the semi-finals tomorrow instead of the grand final. So, I don't know. Which would you rather, Morgie? Would you rather be a TSM or Wildcard where you play each other now and then you get on the easy side of the bracket going into, top 4? Or would you rather kind of just take this win here and secure the top 4 but have a couple of tough matches on Sunday?
Oh, I feel like you want to give yourself the easiest run possible on Sunday. I feel like all the pressure's on Sunday. Of course, there's pressure on
take the
Saturday.
hard match now?
I think take the hard match now. That's what I think. What do you think?
It could be the play. I think it's more of a free hit now because it's double elim, whereas Chiefs win this, they play tomorrow, they play a TSM or a wildcard, whoever loses today and then moves on. Then it's one and done. That's a spot for the major. Where now, if you play, this next matchup, TSM and wildcard, whoever loses, they're still in contention. They can still come back and, they just have to beat the Chiefs in a semi-final. But I think you get a free hit now. So I honestly think that maybe TSM or wildcard are in a better spot, albeit a tougher matchup today.
Yeah, definitely. God, it's all looking dicey with points so up in the air. It's so up in the air who's actually going to make it through, and anything's possible at this point. Wildcard were looking in really great form up until Scrimswell took them down. The Chiefs took them down. TSM have lost to Wildcard. They've lost to the Chiefs. The last time they played the Chiefs, they beat the Chiefs 4-0. So there's so much in the air up at the moment. It's so hard to call how everything's going to go. It's going to come down to who can kind of hold their own tomorrow, who has the strong mental, who really wants it and can play well under pressure.
Yeah, for a year and a half, we've basically, as analysts, had the easiest job in the world in OCE because no matter how well it's going, once it gets to Sunday, we go, well, it is wildcard, so just predict them. But that's all fallen apart last event, and so far, these guys are putting their hand up as potentially the new number 1 team if they can improve and go forth on what we saw yesterday with that 3-0 win, particularly with Scrimswell faltering early. Who I'll ask you, Moy, who is the number 1 team right now in OCE? Who are you picking?
Oh, stop. I still want to say wildcard. I feel like everybody has their bad day.
Yeah.
Everybody has their bad days. Well, maybe the open. They've lost to the Chiefs as well yesterday. No one's completely unbeatable, and we've seen them falter a little bit, but I think they've still got that dominance, they've got that experience, they've been together for so long, they're consistent. I would say it's still wildcard, and they are top of the leaderboard at the moment for a reason.
They are on top of the leaderboard. They have a win and a 4th place. Maybe we'll poll the Twitch chat if there is a mod listening, maybe if you're listening, if we can get the top 4 teams, who is your number 1 team right now before we get the second semi-final underway, because then I think people can cheat a little bit if wildcard sweep or if TSM sweep. I wouldn't mind just seeing what everyone reckons, because Scrimswell still up there. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe a lot of Scrimswell fans in the chat. But for now, 1-0 win in perhaps the final game here for the Chiefs. And, it's been a fun one. We've had a 19-shot, 2-goal game. It's been some 1-0s that were a little bit more boring. And then excitement with game 3, which was just a one-team show. Almost again there from Fibre. But right now they're looking a tier above and getting the job done as they should.
That's for sure. Pressure is off as well when you're on series point. 3-0 up. There is a whole lot that this team can do to secure their win. Fibre with an excellent play right here to get this second goal on the board for the Chiefs.
Beautiful reset. He just caught it so clean off the ceiling. Over 3. And that's what you want. If you can get a goal where it's a 1v3 and you don't really commit anyone, it just feels so safe, particularly for Hunter and Raziers, who can just go and watch Fibre do his thing. And there's no risk at all down the other end. No chance of a counter-attack, which he often gets caught out with. You can see the cue to get in for the solo play there. Hunter got called off by Fibre. Clearly feeling it after that goal.
That's for sure. You can see the cogs turning in their minds sometimes as they all wait to give each other the ball. But now is Fibre's chance to go up. Can Fibre get the double off the backboard? Gets the demo on Sauer, but Sauer just makes it to the saving time.
Raziers now. Ooh, triple commit. Almost pinched down the other end, but they do. However, both Fibre and Hunter were ready. Tonio tries to keep it close. Fibre pops up this time for Hunt. catches it with a reset. One more. Try to get a double, but turned it into an air dribble dunk. Chiefs really, with 2 minutes left, trying to give as little chance as possible, albeit Raziers has given up a free ball to negative. Reset. If he can find a bump, he tries on the goal line. No, Tonio's going to have to keep it in, but there's a decent chance there for 2-man.
Chiefs just taking the ball off 2-man anytime they have possession at the moment. The shots are starting to come in left, right, and centre from all of these players right now. Hunter caught in the Rule 1 there in net. With who was that stuck in net? Jumped out of it a little bit too early. Did manage to break the Rule 1. Tonio.
It's karma.
That's
break
karma.
That Rule 1.
You can't do that. What are you doing?
It's even worse that he broke it and still missed the ball as well. But Tonio, my boy Tonio, we talk about everyone, Yummy having 14 my boys. Well, Tonio's my only boy, and he's been disappointing so far this series. I expect a better, particularly breaking a Rule 1. I'll be having stern words with him after this series. We're with a 3-0 lead, 90 seconds left. It, albeit that play, has been a pretty strong series. You cannot complain if you're a Chiefs fan or a Chiefs player with how this one's gone so far.
I'm going to make a list at some point. Count how many in this region are Yummy's boys.
Yeah,
at some point it's going to be the entire region.
I mean, it's Torsos as well. You know, it's all of wild card. You know, he loves. He's just got so many. It's Big Jez. It's Caleb. It's Luna. It's ridiculous at this point. But 1 minute left here in our first semi-final, and Chiefs are pretty much booking their ticket to the top 4. As we said, we'll have to wait and see who they may face, who's going to fall on that side of the bracket. It will be the loser of Wildcard and TSM on that side, but we've also got some other teams in there that we don't want to count out just yet. It's been a pretty good series, and I think they're just too good, which is why we did predict the 4-0.
Absolutely. This series was looking good for Chiefs from the start. They're going to go into a 4-0 in this one, taking 2-man out of contention. I mean, or both teams still through to tomorrow. Both make our top 6, but it will determine the seeding, and it's looking good for the Chiefs right now.
That's a beautiful save there from Tonio late. Well, they're still 3 goals down. 10 seconds left. Been really impressed with how they've, I guess, ramped it up. They certainly started slow and were playing very safe, the Chiefs, but after their first 2 games, they really put the foot down. Strong wins in game 3 and 4. GGs go out in the chat. And Chiefs will move on to the top 4 and haven't really put a foot wrong in the regional with all the pressure on these top 4 teams.
No, definitely playing really well. I mean, as we were talking about, playing a lot more passive than we've seen them in the past, and it's not the play style that I think they will approach some of the other teams with, but good to see the variance here, and you know, they're looking like they're in a good spot to potentially make it through Birmingham.
Yeah, and Yummy, what are your thoughts on that one? Were you kind of seeing the same things that we were? Were you impressed with the Chiefs? Were you watching?
Well, game 1 maybe not so much. Game 1 was a little bit dicey, you will say, but I love seeing the mechanics coming out from Chiefs. Have clearly got, Fiber and Raziers in particular, fantastic mechanically. Saw some great plays. That being said, I don't know if they're going to work against the other top 3, top 4 teams, whether they'll get the kind of space in the air to be able to make some of those plays. So that'll be the question we see later on. I don't think there was a poll in Twitch chat on who the best team is in the top 4.
We need to get one.
But I think it has to be between Wildcard and Scrims.
Yeah. And
you have to go for Wildcard because, obviously. But Scrims World could be taking it this event if they don't even need to win, but they just need to outperform Wildcard.
Or, you say a Chiefs win this event, do you have them as the... No?
So just short, Yummy.
One win, against the other 2 that also have 1 win, and then Wildcard who have 6 more wins to back it up.
A lot of Scrims fans in the chat, though. Could be Scrams, but they've got to prove us right. They've got to make the big run. But,
I think we have proven, at least, CJ, that Luna is the best player in OCE.
Your boy.
Your boy
Luna.
Yeah, boy.
Until he has an off game, then he's no longer Yummy's boy.
Yeah,
he gets thrown in the bin.
Yummy's permanently sitting on the fence of who's his boy, and he just flip flops depending on who's
I
under the
didn't even
series.
pick half the boys. You picked half my boys for
But
me.
I knew who were your boys, and I just told them to the world. But I guess we'll have to wait and see if Luna can step up tomorrow. We've still got another semi-final.
Yeah, we go to the other semi-final after this break. It is a doozy because we go TSM versus Wildcard.
Hello everyone, welcome back to OCE RLCS 2025 Birmingham Major Open 3 Day 5, Day 4, depending on how you want to call it. Series 4, Top 6, going into Championship Sunday tomorrow. We've got one more series left of the day. We've just seen the Chiefs 4-0-2 man, both teams making it through to tomorrow, but we're ready for our final series of the day. It is going to be TSM taking on Wildcard.
Yeah, I was hoping for an intro as well of each of us.
Yeah, can you just give like a one-liner of each of us, please? Yeah. Like, introduce us. That'd be fun.
Here is on the spot. I'll intro CJ. I don't know about introing Yummy. Yummy.
Yeah, he's got no.
I don't know. You know, I'm gonna break the fourth wall here. I'm gonna break the fourth wall here. We were just about to go live, and Yummy goes, "Oh, I'm really nervous about Morgie hosting." Just trying to break the nerves down a little bit. So I don't know. Yummy doesn't get an intro.
Yeah,
No.
Yummy doesn't. Yummy doesn't
No.
get in.
That was a great intro for me. Thank you.
That was actually really good.
Yeah.
I think,
I get an intro and CJ doesn't. After all that kerfuffle.
Well, I think
hurrah.
we realise we need to be harder on Yummy because he's harder on us. So I think we're going to team up. Production, myself,
CJ,
Morgie.
you like when I'm hard on you, mate.
Yeah, no, I don't. I hate it. It keeps me up at night. But, lucky enough you've got enough of your boys to back you up. But I'm looking forward to this matchup. As you said, we've been waiting for this one, albeit we were talking about Oyo scrims in the lower bracket. This is the match that determines really how Champ Sunday falls, how the bracket plays out.
Yeah, both of the teams will get a second chance if they do lose, but realistically, you don't want to be in the tough side of the bracket. You don't want to be making that long run, especially when grand finals are probably the ultimate goal, if not winning the entire thing is the ultimate goal, depending on how many points they have to catch up on.
Yeah, of course. Obviously there is that safety net in both of these teams making it through to tomorrow, but the winning team does make it straight through to the semi, which is all the more valuable to go through into that grand final. Albeit if you're not in the semi, you're not as warmed up potentially. That team that goes down to the lower gets that extra warm-up game before versing the harder teams in the semis and into the grand final. So there is that at play as well. But I think if I were either one of these teams, I would want to be straight through to the semi.
Yeah, I was chatting during the series, to Morgie about this kind of.
Oh, I wasn't listening.
Yeah, I know you weren't, which is why I'm gonna throw it to you. The upper semi-finals, you kind of look at the bracket and go, "Oh, Chiefs have an easy run. They're versing two-man. Obviously, we have TSM wildcard here." Would you argue though, just with the way it plays out, obviously the loser of this series will fall on the Chiefs side of the bracket. So whoever loses this will probably play Chiefs in that semi-final. It's almost better to have this match up here because, although it's a tougher upper quarters, you're not knocked out. You get a free hit. You win this. You then completely avoid, TSM or Chiefs on the other side and have an easier run to the final.
Yeah, this is almost essentially the match for the major.
Yeah.
Barring Power making the run, if you lose this match, you're against Scrims World and then Chiefs. Two of the toughest opponents in order to make the major, because you have to make the grand final. Even wildcard are not really safe without making the grand final. So, yeah, I agree with you. I think this is the better position to be in,
because it's
given that LV Chiefs are in such a tough spot despite winning.
Because you get a second chance as well. Whereas you look at Chiefs, they'll be playing their qualification match in a single elim semi-final. Whereas right now, this is basically a qualification upper bracket final where you lose. Obviously, you do have a tough run, but you're still alive. So
it does make that kind of upper side of the lower bracket really. Really excited because there's three teams playing for one spot.
Yep, exactly. No, it's definitely it's almost a championship match played on the Saturday instead. And, we've seen Wildcard falter, we've seen TSM falter. They're both great sides, but it's really hard to call this. I don't know if our predictions came up on screen before. I totally missed it, but I think Wildcard are the stronger contender in this one. TSM, though, it's not guaranteed. They've faltered, both have.
If it was Scrims World, CJ, would you have predicted them, considering you were up in the air about who the best team in OCE is?
Against Wildcard, probably not the way they've been playing Scrims World so far. I just haven't quite seen that. Open 2 form from Scrims World just yet. And I think that Swiss loss throws a little bit of doubt in my mind. But Champ Sunday will be a new day. But so far at Wildcard, I think they are still the deserved number one pick team and the number one rated team in the region. They lost one event in the last 8. So, yeah.
We head into what is the upper bracket semi-final and the chance for one of these teams to all but secure themselves the Birmingham Major. Of course, they will need to finish it off tomorrow on the easier side of the bracket. You definitely do not want to lose if you want to be going over to England for maybe even your first time.
I've been really looking forward to this matchup. I can't see it being a 4-0 like the last one. And I think if you did predict TSM, I think they're going to get the job done, or perhaps you're going for them. I think you've got every right to also be confident in this lineup who, albeit they haven't, I guess, made it all the way yet, losing to Scrims World in the grand final last time. They've shown that they're a team that are pretty consistent, pretty solid. And I think they've still got another level to hit.
For sure. I mean, we saw it in the off-season, right? They were the undisputed back-to-back off-season champions. We came into this season expecting them to be the ones maybe fighting the closest with wildcard for that extra spot. Maybe Razier's being a little bit of a wildcard pick himself in terms of a player that could make the difference for a team, but haven't lived up to that expectation just yet. They've had some great results in the brackets and the Swiss tournaments, but not really when it's come to these best of sevens.
It was almost ridiculous from Amphis. I like the confidence. This is not something I really saw, in either open so far, is the cherry pick Amphis mode, the full confidence in his teammates where he's able to sit downfield. I really feel like we haven't seen that in a while from him, and that's where he made his name for himself as, number one in the region,
We know Banana Head will always go for that. He's kind of had a consistency in playstyle, which I think has been a large part of the advantage of Power, is that when it comes to them, they know their roles every single time. It's exactly the same. But for Amphis, sometimes he's in that over forward mode, that cherry picker role, as you say, and sometimes he just hangs back, and it's confusing, at least to me, in terms of what role he's meant to do, in terms of where they should be practicing, how they become the very best and most consistent team. So it's going to be confusing for him as well.
There it is. Banana Head's going to open up. Beautiful pass across. Wildcard do get the first. And you see the speed from Torsos. Great recovery. Able to dust too. And Zikaka waiting back post. Just not really covering anything there.
1-0 early on. Wildcard getting off the mark quickly, and they're a team that I'd often think might start slowly, CJ. Often would be conceding a first game, but if they're getting that first game win, you can start really reeling. Well, speaking of starting slow, that is a major miss.
Torsos with a huge... That's not just a whiff. That is it's like he double jumped onto the wall. He had a flip. He has missed that by a mile.
We got to say, is Torsos washed?
You can never doubt him. You can never count him out, but that is a big mistake. You speak about Wildcard needing a game to warm up. Well, maybe just Torsos needs a game to warm up. Thieves, he's looking all right so far. Beats 2. Only 1 in the end as Amphis makes the touch. Interesting to see Super Locky into the Octane. No, he's always switching between the Fairneck and the Octane. Oh, this is so messy. Amphis actually had an open net if you could get around it. Wildcard looking like a team that haven't warmed up today and have just got on the game.
Fever, a ghost touch from him. Not exactly ideal start from a team that, as I said, can be slow starters. This is the opening that TSM could certainly use. Super Locky, he can have a game-winning solo performance. It's going to be Amphis instead. Goes off the crossbar! It stays out, and it won't go in after the pass as well.
I love the pass from Kaka. It could have been a little bit better. I like the idea of the pass, should I say. I think it was a tough one to finish, but well, Wildcard, they really are lucky to still be on this as Fever's thrown that one away. Thought he had an open net. Banana Head has no boost. Torsos has whiffed another ball. Here comes Fever to help out. It is seriously scrappy from our number one team, Yummy.
Oh, maybe they're losing their number one status just from this game alone, the way it's been going, the scrappiness that we see from them. Usually the scrappiness doesn't come from individual mistakes. It's usually because they're very, very aggressive, sometimes overly aggressive. Wild card, but that's not the reason that they're making these mistakes in this game. Just maybe new time some warm up those mechanics. Speaking of Banana Head, flip reset, gets the extra touch, but not enough.
Almost there, as it kind of feels like you can see the pressure. You know, we spoke about this being a qualification match. I think both these teams realise that as well. They're able to win this. They're treating it like it's do or die. Feed with a double. Ooh. Beautiful save, 0 boost. Wildcard on. I can't even see what's going on. Torsos came out of it with a double through the smoke screen. Still saved by TSM. 7 seconds. Do we get OT? Locky's low boost. If Wildcard can keep this in, they could score here with boost control, but Super Locky has found another touch, and I'll be happy it's OT.
Impressive defense from Super Locky. As you said, There's so much smoke, impossible to see the shot that came through. Manages to defend and get it to the ground. But we're in overtime now. Torsos getting the first flip reset. Needs to make up for his mistake earlier on that led to the one goal that TSM had.
Fever
out of the back corner.
Controlling that one with super lucky. Finds a nice 50. Here is Big T. Need to see more contact, car on ball from him so far. A nice pass actually from Banana Head. He's going to wait around. This is dangerous. Drop down Fever. Has to find the placement. It's super lucky again with the save. Counter attack. Torsos low boost. This is big trouble for him. He needs to make it. He just pushes it off the crossbar. Amphis there in time, but Fever cuts across. Wildcard. This is end to end now. It opened up. Kaka with the save, with the clear. Both teams with chances here.
Either team able to win on a solo effort. It's going to have to come down to the team play. Like we've seen, back-to-back touches, some pressure on right now, low boost for TSM. That leads to a rough touch and more pressure coming out from Wildcard. Torsos off the corner, into centre, over to Banana Head, and Wildcard take game one.
The pressure was too much. They had so many chances. Torsos missed another shot on, but Banana Head throws himself, gets the dunk on a Kaka with no boost. I mean, the positive sign is for Wildcard, Yummy. If they're winning that game, playing like that, I mean, they're only going to improve from here. TSM should have taken that one for mine.
Probably should, but on the same note, they only got the one goal based off a
big
really
whiff.
rough read from Torsos, we'll say. And a couple of other mistakes from Wildcard, not really punished, but not really punishable. So I'm also a little worried about TSM and their inability to maybe create goals of their own.
Yeah, as I said, I think if you're a TSM and you can find a wildcard in this form that it looked in, you're just really not warmed up, a lot of whiffs, and you're still not able to get the win. That's worrying for me for TSM. Wildcard will be very happy with that one to get the win, escape with the win, knowing that they're going to improve throughout the series. But as will TSM, it was only game one.
Exactly, only game one. We'll see if they are able to capitalise on some of the mistakes in this second game. But you start looking at that wildcard roster. There's not really a weakness in there at the moment. You've got to start getting some demos and create some weaknesses of your own. See if they do it. I'm gonna just wait on this. Start on this one. Here we go. Wildcard, first game under their pocket. TSM, can they fight back?
Here we go. Game number 2. TSM could quickly find themselves in a bit of trouble. That was really the perfect start, though. We'll see if Wildcard can warm up. But Arnett's got a dodge to demo. Wave dashes back onto the ball, throws himself. Very awkward. Kaka's 50ing everyone. Fever says, Torsos, give me that. I can see with the new update. You've got no boost. I thought Amphis for a second. Looked a misstep. But Wildcard escape the early pressure and find some of their own. Big miss, big mistake. Fever 1-0.
Interestingly enough, I think they did go for that aggression play. As a lot more demo attempts coming out, and that meant that everybody a bit too far forward for TSM. An opening for Wildcard. First goal once again.
Yeah, it was super lucky. A little bit of a side flip action. Isn't the greatest. You just got caught under a little bit, and then you have to be so quick to get on that ball. Amphis throws it forward. Fever takes the 50. Banana Head waits for Torsos to cut across. They grab the back corner. TSM look to push forward, but Banana Head has other ideas. Watches it downfield. Brave from Amphis to let that one bounce. Wildcard winning a lot of these 50-50 engagements at the moment.
Torsos putting it into centre. A little awkward for Kaka, but he's managed to work it down to Super Locky. He's kind of hanging out for the moment in the defence. More awkward touches, but doesn't matter if it's awkward as long as it gets to Banana Head. You know he'll have a good run of it down the other end of the pitch. Torsos off the corner, maybe looks for a fake. Amphis knew. He's teamed with him before, and he knows that he likes to go for that fake off the corner.
As you mentioned, Banana Head so good at finding enough time for his teammates to get set back up. But here's a couple of demos coming through. Kaka's going to low 50 on everybody. Super Locky in there as well. Fever had spawned back post just in time. It was a lovely chance set up by Kaka there. As at least on Banana, he's beaten 2. He's faked 1. He's flicked Another, can he find the infield? Yes, he can to Fever. Amphis ready. Counter-attack. Is it open? It is.
That is surprising to say the least, because Banana Head had 1v3'd and looked for the 1v4 play after the recovery, and yet there's still nobody back there ready for the counter-attack. That being said, Amphis is going to say thank you very much. A tied game keeps TSM well and truly in it.
Yeah, you take that one every day of the week. Drop down. That's not expected. I don't think Torsos. It's a double pass back to Banana Head. It's worked out perfectly. Reset. If he gets a goal there, it'd be the most unorthodox set play from Wildcard. Xanthus almost finds another counter-attack down the other end. They still could score here. This is really awkward. Torsos does well to just pop it up. Super lucky with the shot. Torsos off the roof. Finds another one. Wildcard will be lucky.
Torsos just keeps finding himself in the most awkward positions. Like, always in front of the ball, rushing back. It leads him to get some of the worst touches he possibly could. And he's just making it hard on himself. At least there, bump play, it was actually a smart decision to stay in there because he almost took 2 players out of the defense.
Here is Kaka, who's looked pretty good for TSM so far. Super lucky. Has to backtrack, leave it for Amphis. They've all been demoed except this man on the ball, who has given up possession. You mentioned Torsos being in awkward spots. In the end, I think he's dispossessed his teammate there. Fever just got caught out. Torsos still with 0 boost. Drops it onto Fever's head. That's a nice team play out of defense as Banana Head misses a skim.
So rare to see those mistakes. And I mean, realistically, if you're going to be taking down Wildcard, it has to be today. This is it for TSM. And it's meant to be in the first 2 games when all these misses are occurring. And yet they're still managing to hold on to at least a tied game for now. Can Amphis change that fact? No, Fever up to it. Torsos taking it slow. Up for himself. Doesn't want to commit too much to it. Gets a huge 50 right in front. Torsos gets the goal because it's OCE time.
It's a double own goal. It is a genuine double own goal. That is the worst 50 possible from Super Lucky, who's then just scored it himself. He's been pinched into the double. And Amphis, who might have been coming across as well, has also scored it. Well done to Tors on the air dribble, finding the dunk. That's the dominance that can catch you out. Second goal on the board, lead for Wildcard.
Yeah, sure, EU might have your Zens and your Vatiras, and North America might have some great individual players, but do you guys have double own goals? No, you do not. And it looks like bad goes to worse as Fever puts a shot on. He's got the full net. Kaka had already jumped and he says, I want that 2-goal lead.
That is a beautiful shot from Fever. A nice fake as well. Torsos, albeit his positioning's been a bit questionable. His set plays and setup play have been fantastic. That's what he does. His speed really catches a lot of players out. Sets up his teammates. Fever clears downfield. He's found Banana Head. Oh, goodness me. Shot on bottom corner. He's just missed it.
Surprising went for the shot instead of maybe more of a backboard double. Even the defender was there waiting for it. Ended up being a fine play with a 2-goal lead. No real risk in it. Just Torsos once again caught kind of in front of the ball, or at least with his back to the ball. Made it awkward on that backboard, and that actually gives TSM maybe more of an attacking opportunity. But Amphis is the one to miss this time. Boy, it's getting contagious, CJ.
It's nice from Super Lucky, able to beat 2. Corner boost is there. Banana Head grabs. Can Amphis get across? No, it's going to be Super Lucky. Banana Head's pre-jump. This is very awkward and will be a goal. There we go. Kaka gets one back. Still time.
It's possible. They're in with a chance here. 17 seconds left. Wildcard do have very good kickoffs though, so it's going to take something special here for TSM if they want to win the kickoff.
Here we go. See what TSM have. You can see the strats have actually won it. It's a fake though from Wildcard, who look like they might have lost the kickoff in the end, but 2 back. Kills time. Kaka up now. 5 seconds. Can TSM keep it up? Super Lucky wants the wall. He drags it to himself. He's actually got around 1. Kaka can find the dunk, but the ball will stay up. Torsos has passed it back to Amphis. And Wildcard will take the second game as well.
They just held on in the end there. I don't know about that kickoff strategy, to be honest. It was a little bit A little bit dicey if they manage to
Yeah, it looked like they just
read it.
gave them a free dribble on net.
Yeah.
Two of them on zero. But
They just weren't expecting
out.
it, so it was still Kaka underneath the ball with 0 boost. If somebody else had come in with full, then you got at least a chance at a flick. But they hold on. It's not looking great. I mean, it's not great Rocket League coming out from Wildcard. And I think, like, if I'm TSM, I'm just saying, let's play solid Rocket League.
Yeah.
And the thing that you can do against Wildcard, you know that they're going to play aggressive when they're even in on equal goals or even only just 1 goal ahead. They're going to play really aggressive. Reel them in, get them attacking, and get them on the counterattacks.
Yeah, you can see how chaotic it is, I guess, for Wildcard there. I think Fever, if for mine, is probably the most solid-looking player on the pitch at the moment. Obviously, that game, it's easy to say because he had an MVP performance. He put up 2 goals, 519 score on the board. But, yeah, Torsa's kind of been a bit all over the shop, and Banana Head hasn't been as clinical as perhaps we're expecting from him. He's missed a few shots. He's had his chances. He's perhaps playing a little bit too quick. So, as you said, if TSM can just lock it down, which they are known to play solid rock, they might be able to catch them out. I can still see this being an ugly sweep the way it's going, but timeout buff could come in clutch.
The timeout has been called and is almost over there for TSM. Again, I just think solid Rocket League, maybe playing a little bit more on the defensive side and reeling Wildcard in will be the play, but I don't know exactly where they are going to go. We saw Kaka attempting some more demos in that game. That was the change up that they potentially looked for, and it led to openings in their own net, so I don't think that's the play.
We'll see what they have in store here. TSM, well, Coach Mock as well. We know that he's had a few strats in mind, famously as they took down Gen G in the World Championships last season, albeit it was a slightly different roster to this one. Let's have a look at what Captain Super Lucky can come up with here if they can get their first game in on the board. It's certainly still a series. If it's going to be one of those, if Wildcard were to 4-0 this Yummy, you look at on the Liquipedia and think, oh, it was pretty one-sided, but when you watch this game, it's pretty messy, pretty back and forth.
I'm also thinking, though, that if Wildcard do 4-0 this series, I'm starting to think, well, there's no chance for Chiefs to make the Birmingham Major unless they change up a lot before tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Early defense here for Wildcard. TSM finding a couple of chances. Even there, you can just see just Torsos jumping at that ball. It just shows their positioning of Wildcard. It's scrappy, but as you mentioned, they're still winning, so that's scary for anyone playing them. But Kaka's found the opening. He's found a beautiful, clean 100-0 challenge. Got the first.
Great read off the backboard, seeing that Banana Head would go slow on that play. Look for the second touch, and just a really smart outplay there. Just going straight for the shot. Kaka getting the first on the board. And the CJ, this is maybe a little bit of what we were talking about in terms of staying in the defense and then counterattacks. That's often what you need to do against Wildcard.
Yeah, they just need to pick their chances and pick their times to, force the challenge. When do they go? When do they not go? Super Lucky's done really well here. Could be second goal, but Banana Head and Fever are pinching this one out. Let's see what TSM do with the lead, if they can really hold on to this. I don't feel like they've been in this situation before.
I think this is especially a time when Wildcard could go hyper-aggressive to try and make back the lead. We'll see how they kind of do handle this, as they are experienced players. It was a little bit dicey there for Kaka to turn around on that. In the end, it works out. Again, reel them into attack. Get it down to the other end and gives yourself a little bit of space, though. Torsos, some space of his own, tries to find the angle, still blocked out by the defense, and a pinch gets past Fever.
Yeah, still incredibly messy. Kaka got caught under that for no reason again. And both sides just look like they're making it different for themselves, but Emphasis caught everyone out. Ceiling, he can fake it, can he? No, open, should still be open. Super Lucky rolls it in, but Fever has read the top half of the net, got it out to Banana Head, who's able to just dribble to safety.
Well, they get away with that one off the brilliance of Fever, recovering nicely through the back of the net. And keep on having that chance. Otherwise, it would have been a 2-goal lead there for TSM. They are starting to find a bit more run of the ball. As another shot goes on, Torsos on low boost, still enough to be able to make that save. Kaka is waiting in the wings, so is Super Lucky. But Amphis gets too much on the ball. Maybe starting to expect that somebody from TSM in particular maybe could take control. Kaka's been having a good game, but it's the likes of Super Lucky and Amphis who have mostly been known for being able to step up again.
Here is Amphis, finds the pinch. Straight at Fever though. He's going to go the solo play. Torsos, you can see him, no boost. Look at the demos. He lands 0, but Fever's faked everyone out. He's done everything well, but Kaka just puts his body in the way. Keeps it out of net, and that could have been 2-0 TSM with the counter-attack.
Would have been the exact same goal almost in terms of the attack coming in from Wildcard, and then Kaka just seizing on a little moment to get the 100-0, as you would call it. Goes down to the other end. Fever looking to equalise. Super Lucky up so quickly to that one, but Fever had pulled out, kept his boost. Banana Head with 0. They don't know it, but that doesn't matter because Amphis gets a shot on net of his own. Minute 25 remaining for Wildcard to try and equalise.
Kaka's off the ceiling. Lockie tries to find him. Fever with a touch. Amphis dodges the bump, but he's lost boost. He's used everything to get away. Kaka's found a nice touch again. Super Lucky, can he score? No. Beside Amphis playing a lot of third man. I don't think this is where he gets comfortable. I don't think he's comfortable at all, but Kaka's made another huge save. He has been enormous for TSM this game.
He's reading the play really well. He's setting up some goals at the other end. And most importantly, he's backing up his teammates. Something crucial here for TSM. Against the likes of Wildcard. Can score out of nowhere. Can set up a lot of aggression. There's the Kaka demoed out of the play, which means Fever maybe has a chance to set something up. No, Super Lucky going to keep the aggression, attacking in order to keep that ball away from their own half.
Wildcard very awkward in net. Banana Head hasn't had a 100 boost in a long time. Super Lucky looking for the solo play. Looking to call game. 1 reset, 2 resets on net. Fever makes the save. They've done well in defense, both sides. It's just that first opening has been so crucial for TSM to hang on to. 15 seconds. Wildcard need it down the other end.
There's not been a lot of mistakes coming out from Wildcard. It's been TSM just keeping the pressure on. They do so now. 7 seconds though. It goes into their own half. Amphis leaves it over to Fever. It's a little bit awkward, but Kaka again, a crucial touch necessary to get that ball to the ground. Oh, no, not the right touch.
Surely now, there it is. Kaka, an MVP performance, albeit he wanted to keep the ball up. He wanted another goal. He gets the opening and made some huge saves. He led them in scoring and defensively as well. They get the timeout buff goal, or game win, should I say, but it was still a very close game.
Yeah, so far we 3-1 for timeouts today. Is that the timeout buff?
That sounds right.
Work.
I think
didn't work against Power.
Yeah,
Power
one sweep.
Managed to defeat the timeout swamp in the buff in game 7. So.
Oh well, Chiefs as well, just 4-0. So it's been
so
1 and 2.
3 and 2 then I think in terms of timeout buffs.
Yeah, I guess there's been more than one a game. So a couple of
Usually
failures.
The winning team doesn't call the timeouts, obviously, but
yeah, well, that was it felt like a timeout buff goal, that Kaka one, where they just kind of found an open net out of nowhere.
There was possibly a couple of other chances that they could get that same goal though. Again, I just think it's the way to play against Wildcard. It's the way that they annoy themselves. It's the way that they make mistakes. They just overcommit too much. They leave their net open when they're in attack. But if they're in the midfield, they're kind of just good at challenging and playing it fast and keeping possession. So you don't want to let them have that.
100%. I think they won't be too happy with that loss. They had some chances as well, but I did really like the goal line defense. Whoa! Whoa! Speaking of just playing solid rock, Yummy, Exhibit A.
Every single game, maybe I'm the problem, CJ. Every single game I've casted has been like this. This has been wild mistakes. Banana Head that time. Banana Head, the MVP of last season. You really, really don't expect that from him. Not on essentially a free touch.
I mean, putting the Wild in wildcard. They are living up to their name right now, this team. You just don't know. They're so mechanical, but then they can make all these mistakes. There's a whifty coming through. Nearly gets through, but it's been one solid element of this TSM lineup, which has been Kaka. He's made another save. This is awkward though, Super Lockie underneath. All three of TSM had to get that one out. Straight to Torsos. Throws it across. Where's Fever? In now. 52. Good chance here for Wildcard if they go quick. It's Banana Head in. Yes. Double save. Double commit. First on the scene is Super Lockie.
Fever's going to just keep the defense alive because he is very comfortable in that third man position. Actually backs out. Probably could have cut on that ball, so Amphis gets full control over it. Makes it awkward for Banana Head. Manages to get saved out by Fever though. Just going to be a little back and forth in the midfield for a second. Unless Fever doesn't get back, Kaka doesn't have the boost for the double. Otherwise it would have been a goal.
Torsos finds the touch but misses the second. Banana Head no boost. Torsos low. Fever 100 in the tank. Doesn't want to commit just yet though. Xanthus gets it around him with ease. Can find one more. No, it's been back and forth rocks so far, but very similar to the previous game. It's a just one cheap goal from TSM. And I spoke about Chiefs playing like NRG. I think TSM are. They find the easy goal and then they get the boring 1-0 yummy.
To be fair though, Wildcard shouldn't be giving them that free goal.
No way.
It was as free as it absolutely gets from the supposed best team, as Morgie and not me would say, in OCE. Well, actually, hang on, Banana Head ties it up, and realistically, this is just a good shot.
It's good placement. It's good positioning as well. I mean, he found himself exactly where that 50 was going to go by Super Lockie and Torsos on the sidewall, and as you said, we found a bit more precision. I think Banana Head's radar's been a touch off today. We saw it with the whiff, but he's had a couple of shots gone missing. Finds the equaliser though. They're back online.
Now that they're back in a tied position, we may see a more comfortable wild card. Can't be too comfortable at the moment if they get in defense any longer, and this is Amphis' time to shine. Fever has a full boost pack hanging on that backboard. Manages to get a touch away though. A double commit coming out from Wildcard doesn't matter because they've got Fever able to do anything. Able to win every 50 it seems at this point in time. Still, Amphis misses that one. He's looking to get it off the corner. And pass into centre, instead goes the other way.
That's beautiful from Banana Head. He just faked the corner touch, took it straight up the middle and nearly got around everyone. On 1:45 on the clock. Here is Super Lockie with a solo. Fever just trying to get it around him. Super Lockie's pinched it backwards to Kaka. Just throws it on net. Almost caught Torsos out. Super Lockie back corner with 100 boost. Trying to take time. He has been bumped off it, but Fever with a free dunk. Amphis gets the touch. Who will be able to break this deadlock? Right now it feels like TSM have had more chances, Yummy, but you just know with Wildcard at any point they can score.
Well, the other thing is right now that Wildcard are playing a style that they haven't really shown us before, but because they have had their last two goals be conceded off them just kind of committing and leaving an open net, they've backed off. They've given so much more room to each other, and even then, that gives some room here to get this demo play and be successful with it. Look how much space there was for Torsos to wait before the demo happened.
So that's more like the wild card we know, where Banana Head is just constantly upfield, and you'll find one or two of those demos a game that can completely break open a series. He might have done just that at the perfect time. 1 minute left. TSM now with all the pressure on them. Super Lockie, no boost. Still finds the dunk. Banana Head. It's beaten by Kaka to this one, but probably in the advantage of Wildcard. It's gone straight to Torsos. Over to 50 to the wall. Banana Head in there again. He's had enough of this. He's getting more aggressive. TSM with a great chance here. It's a fantastic pass to Kaka. Fever's ready. Torsos is up. He's been dusted. Where is TSM? Kaka had to go for boost first.
Fever just winning the race to that one, and that might be enough to secure it. Torsos finishing it off with a 3-1 lead with only 30 seconds remaining.
You mentioned how important this series is. Wildcard now 27 seconds away from match point, triple match point, and perhaps Birmingham point, given they are going to be on the favourable side of the bracket. And Torsos has secured
CJ,
game number 4.
can you smell that? Just a little bit of a whiff at the top of the wildcard scoreboard. That's right, Torsos is never washed, ladies and gentlemen. A hat-trick in game 4.
Never count him out. 2016 to 2025. He keeps on performing and he keeps on winning. Kaka throws it across. Amphis right there. He's missed. Had a chance to perhaps get one back. Some momentum going into the next game. But right now, Yummy, they are timeoutless. And that is a dominant win in the end from Wildcard. It felt like they broke TSM here.
Yeah, and the major change is, I don't know if you saw it, because I was looking at the entire field, but there was always a member back from Wildcard, like almost all the way back through a lot of that game after that first goal. And that just worked out so brilliantly for them. It stopped them overcommitting. It gave them a lot more space in the midfield so that they weren't double committing as well. And even though it's not the fastest play style, it still covered up all their mistakes, so it made it so much better.
We have to remind anyone tuning in where we're at right now. This is an upper bracket semi-final, so TSM, if they drop right here, they will not be out. It'll just be a very tough run. I mean, you drop this, Yummy, you're playing Scrims World. You know, you're going Scrims World into a Chiefs, so.
And that's probably why this match has felt quite off at times, with people playing, you know, on the back foot, misses. They know that this match in particular is probably the pivot point for the Birmingham Major. You win this and you're all but through, you lose this and you do have that second chance, but I'm not really backing anyone in that side of the bracket to be out of it.
I was just thinking as well.
Don't think too hard.
I was just thinking as well.
Remember, you're Tasmanian, so it can hurt the brain if you do too much.
I've stopped thinking as I have now thought. The thinking has been done.
This better be good because of the amount of thinking that's been done.
Looking ahead, now I know we've still got this series, but though we're talking about this loser potentially playing a Scrims World into a Chiefs.
Yeah.
You know, if Scrims World were to win against potentially a TSM, then lose to a Chiefs, we could have a tiebreaker. Tiebreakers are on the cards here.
That's what we want, probably.
That is what we want.
Extra match, and just one match where both teams are winning their through to the major. There's nothing better than that. I think there's some other results that could get us that match as well within the regulation play, but if it's just one team playing for the major and the other team playing for the spoiler, it's never quite as fun.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Right now, let's lock back in. No timeout left. We saw that in game number 3. The timeout buff worked, but Wildcard have had their most dominant win so far, and that is nearly pinned straight down into TSM's net here. Could be the penultimate, could be the final game, could be the ultimate or the penultimate. Find out in 4 minutes.
Or the penultimate.
Or the penultimate.
If that's the thing.
That'd be crazy.
Game 7 on the card still. And especially if Kako gets the pass across. Open net for Amphis. Could not be a better start there for TSM.
I think it's the penultimate, the way these boys are playing. Oh, Banana Head just gets pieced by Kako again. It's a beautiful, just something about pure pass plays in Rocket League. Doesn't matter what year, doesn't matter how mechanical it gets, Yummy. I love seeing that. Just a pure 1-2 that completely cuts up the defender.
Yeah, it really reminds me of that goal that Kaka scored in the penultimate goal game of this series. It was good pass play, good team play. Maybe another one as Kaka gets denied this time.
I just wanted one more touch on that he couldn't land. Banana Head tries to fake it for Torsos. Fever's in now. The wall. Oh, that's beautiful from Fever. If he got one more, but he just tripped himself when he landed. And I love the way he almost pieced apart the defense off the corner. Similar position to last time here, where Wildcard were trying to find their first goal. We were thinking about potentially a 2-2 series. Now we're talking about a 4-1 win for Wildcard, but still, first goal on the board. Best possible start here for TSM.
A lot of chances to slow the ball down here. Both teams looking to just go fast and furious into the air. Being said, positionally they aren't rushing to the ball at the same time, so keeping that play consistent. Everybody in the corner at this point in time, it looked a little bit like kids playing football, but end up getting out of that defensive area. Super Lockie passes it up to Fever in the end and has to try and get away, almost gets bumped for his efforts.
Kaka just looking for the controlled touch, doesn't offer the clear just yet. Met by Torsos. He's always on every ball. Banana Head just takes his time. He really just kills the pace out of the game. Makes everyone wait for him. That's an awkward touch. Torsos should be able to read it. This could have been a goal. Maybe should have been a goal for TSM. Amphis in now. Catching. Popping. Torsos right there. Banana Head turns with boost. He's trying to find Fever, who jumps and then realises he's not getting to that one at all. With 2 minutes left, it's still TSM's game.
This looked like Super Lockie was surprised that goal was a possibility. And maybe be a little upset that they don't have the 2-goal lead. 2 minutes remaining at this point in time. TSM would be looking for that second goal. Double commit up as Amphis does pull out, but had to use a lot of boost, and that means all he can do is try and bump Torsos out of the play. Off the backboard, Banana Heads. Over to Torsos. Has been a lethal offensive combo, and that's completely opened up the net. Torsos, a surprise demo.
It was just the Torsos Banana Head show up front. They had 4 balls that they both just kept on going back for, with Fever, as he so often does, Yummy, just sits patiently third man, waits for the chaos to unfold in front of him, gets the easiest of goals.
Yeah, imagine being Fever in that situation. He still had full boost. He was just sitting there rocking back, and he's like, oh, the ball's coming out perfectly for me, and he gets one to the stat sheet. But more importantly for the team, gets a tied up a game, and maybe a crucial one for them to just finish it out 4-1.
That is the wild card that we know. They just keep on going at the ball. As Banana Head just banging it off the side wall, banging it off the post, until eventually they find the opening, they find the demo, and they just create enough confusion amongst the TSM defense. 1 minute left. That's a nice pass across, though. You can see blind spot gaming was Kaka. Didn't find the touch. Super Lockie keeping it in. Kaka again coming across. Super Lockie, though, only a 25 boost. You wouldn't imagine he can do much with this.
No, though it has been stuck in the wildcard half. It's historically not been an area where TSM have scored from, funnily enough, despite normally that being an advantage. The counter-attack going the way of Fever.
Whoa.
Kaka gets goombed, but Super Lockie somehow saw it coming.
Still feel like Wildcard are beating them for free a little bit too easily here, TSM. They're kind of just throwing themselves with no one backing them up. And have Wildcard overcommitted. They're trying to find the bump. Torsos just uses that long hitbox to get around the demo. Still find a touch on the ball. Double commit TSM. They're getting desperate. They don't need to. It's still 1-1. Super Lockie, Banana Head met. It's going to drop down. This is awkward. Or somehow not pinched in. 1 second perhaps for TSM. Do we get overtime? No, Kaka keeping it up. Banana Head right there. Looks like it will hit the ground. Whew, could have been a TSM win late there.
Maybe only a Dominus could have saved that one. And it was just to stay behind. Wildcard go to overtime. TSM, the hopes remain alive, but only by the tips of their fingernails at this point in time. And here's a shot from Super Lockie. He gets the extra touch. The follow-up beaten. It's open, but Fever couldn't get into the center quick enough. Gets the extra touch. Awkward as Super Lockie just breathes a little sigh of relief.
You could just see TSM's eyes light up, and then quickly it turned into fear. Here's the bump in
Torsos.
Fever call game. Reset. Here's Banana Head for the killing blow. B-Head scores. It's a wild card top 4 once again. They send TSM to the lower bracket and are 1 step closer to Birmingham.
You guys call me a bully, but Torsos destroyed the defense. Fever joined in. A double bump that came out to open it up for Banana Head and Wildcards. You gotta believe they're at Birmingham now.
No matter which way you look at it, Morgie, I mean, it was scrappy, but 4-1 is a strong statement from the top dogs.
That's it. I mean, you and I called it, CJ. Yummy jumped on the bandwagon a little bit there with that prediction, but nonetheless, they have made it through. They have won. They are through to Birmingham. Not going to lie, I was looking at the playoffs chart just before, and there was a part of me that was like, is there any chance they're not through? No, they are through, and they've made it through to the easiest side of the bracket as well.
They don't have to contend with Scrims World in the lower bracket, and Chiefs, of course, waiting for the winner of that. That is the death side of the lower bracket, which means that's where TSM are landing. And I don't know, CJ, is that did they play well enough today to be able to take down those teams?
I do think in a way though that is just the wild card of old, where I feel like I'm never fully convinced with their gameplay. You know, I feel like a lot of the times, Yummy, we've watched in the past, these guys wildcard play, we're scratching our heads like, why are they all committing? But they just keep on winning, and I think that was kind of a typical wildcard series where it wasn't perfect, but they might have proven that they're back, because a 4-1 win, regardless of how scrappy it looked early, is still dominant, and I think they're my favourites heading into Champ Sunday for sure.
Well, that's something that Wildcard have always been able to do, is to be able to get wins no matter what level they're currently playing at. Because in Rocket League, you can't play your best every single day.
No, that's for sure. They had dropped their record to Scrims World. They've also dropped to Chiefs, but they are not going to drop to TSM. TSM looking scary on this side of the bracket here, having to come up against Scrims World, then the winner of that series to come up against the Chiefs. I know you boys mentioned it just before, but just to reiterate for the chat, if Scrims World beat TSM and then the Chiefs beat Scrims World in that semi-final and go on to the grand final, then we're going to see a tiebreaker, which I think, honestly, I'm really keen for.
I'm just trying to work out the maths again, and I know, Yummy, that I used.
Don't think too hard.
I used all my brain power before. I mean, what's the scenario where Wildcard haven't just clinched?
I guess I actually don't know. I feel like they probably have, but we don't have the 100%. But
because all the other three are on the other side, I feel like the only scenario is if the two of the other guys are in the final together. But
100%.
Have they? I don't want to go the early crow here, but
I think it was if Wildcard was to have lost that series we just had, and they were on the opposite side of the bracket, if they were on the harder side of the bracket and TSM was on the lower bracket, if TSM made it through to the grand final and Scrims made it through to the grand final, 15 points, 10 points, I think that would have, the Wildcard would have had to have lost in the quarters as well. I think
they're in.
I'm pretty sure they're in no matter what now.
Yeah, I want to say they're in. Just looking at how it can't, because you can't possibly have a Chiefs TSM or
and
Scrims
you know who
both
I
in the
blame
final.
for us not thinking about that as the series was going on? Jaden.
Yeah,
Should have told us.
we had no
When is
information
it?
on that, and it is taking someone from Tasmania to pull everyone up here and think, have they just made Birmingham?
Can anybody think of the poor Tasmanians?
I'm going to say they're in.
With peanut-sized brains that have to work at overdrive. How much coffee did you have to drink in order to be able to talk about Wildcard being in?
Well, actually, maybe, I guess if Power win the regional, because they're on the other side. No, they're not in yet. Because Power can win it all. That'd give them.
I think Power still
is
don't
so
have
far
enough.
behind.
I think Power still, if Power take out the regional, I think they still don't have
on
enough.
29. Yeah, they're in. What are we talking about?
Yep.
They have to be in. They're in, guys. They've made it. Well done to Wildcard. Well, I feel like we could have built that series. I know we said it was a qualification for the major, but I think we were kind of just talking hypothetically based on how the bracket was going, not that it literally was a qualification match for Wildcard. Liquipedia has said they're in. There you go.
Congratulations to Wildcard to making it through to Birmingham. They'll be representing, but they still have to play for seeding. They're not guaranteed to be number one seed, so we'll go with that.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, you guys were casting. I was trying to work it out, and I was fairly certain, but at the same time, there's that little bit of doubt that was like, I've done the maths wrong, or something's gone wrong. It's come so close for so many of these teams. There were so many teams in contention today still for points to get to Birmingham. Going into tomorrow, it's going to be interesting with so many of those teams being on one side of the bracket.
What I do like is that Wildcard is on the free side of the bracket, and that the other teams, the other three teams in contention for the other spot, all have to face each other tomorrow in the same side.
It is. I feel like we always have the most exciting Champ Sundays, in our final regionals, final opens, and this one will be no different. Cannot wait for it. And yeah, we can send a couple of teams across. People saying as well, OCE 1, that could be wildcard, could have a K-Corp first round, EU number 1 seed. So well done. Enjoy your first round matchup if that is wildcard.
Yeah, but you got to remember that's because of the new, your favourite system, the Buchholz system.
We do love Bruno Bermudez, Bartholomew Buchholz, who's weighting those seeds as well as he can. We'll have to wait and see how it unfolds for wildcard over there. And one more of our teams we'll find out tomorrow.
That's it. We've had a good day. We've knocked out Prodigy. We've knocked out Oyoe. We have our top 6 set for tomorrow. Some with an easier run than others. Definitely a heavy side of the bracket. Any final thoughts before we sign off, CJ Yummy?
I just really liked that you really focused there on who we knocked out, and I'm proud of you for that one. And if you're a team that got knocked out today, you're not very good. We will see you again in 3 months. I'm not going to continue on with Morgie's toxicity, but tomorrow is going to be a good one.
It's going to be a great one. It's I think we might get Formal back, but if he's not back, wouldn't mind having Morgie back tomorrow as well, because I do enjoy ganging up on Yummy. So looking forward to it.
I don't mind this at all. Well, everybody, make sure you tune in tomorrow to see our top 6. We've got wildcard through to Birmingham. We're going to see who else makes it through with them. Don't forget to tune in. We'll see you tomorrow.